My farm is in the desert. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 16. Hunting Wild Boars. The autumn wind was bleak, and the grass on the mountain had turned yellow, looking very desolate. Cai Hongming led Chen Dashan and others to the mountain. When they reached the top of the mountain, they looked back and saw the vast yellow sand, like thousands of water waves, rippling with the wind. They were all wearing either cowboy uniforms or camouflage uniforms, carrying knives and backpacks, looking very handsome. When they arrived at the wooden house in the mountains, Cai Hongming looked helplessly at the sweet potato field in front of the house. The field was messed up by wild boars, and there was not even a piece of sweet potato leaves left. I don't know how they ate it so cleanly. He looked at the wild boar footprints on the ground. They were messy and of different sizes. It seemed that there should be a lot of wild boars. After a look, Cai Hongming led everyone to chase after the wild boar footprints. The black and white evil spirits also followed. This guy was 5 months old and had grown to his knees. The momentum of the Tibetan Mastiff gradually emerged. It's just that it has black and white stripes on its body, and its eyes and ears are also black and white like a panda. It doesn't have the might of a Tibetan Mastiff at all. Instead, it looks very honest and cute because it is covered by long hair. Shiwana likes it very much. It can be said that she likes it to the core. When she has nothing to do, she likes to hold it and play with it. It feels warm, just like holding a big fluffy bear, which is very comfortable. Cai Hongming sometimes feels a little jealous when he sees it. The black and white evil spirits don't like to be held by Shiwana. They feel very annoyed. They feel that being hugged by her will lose the dignity of their big dogs, so they run away when they see her and don't want to stay with her. Cai Hongming originally thought that he would find the wild boar after chasing it for a while, but who knew that he didn't see the shadow of the wild boar after chasing it for a long time. Instead, he caught a few pheasants and rabbits. After chasing for a while, they were tired, so they stopped to rest. I don't know where this wild boar went. I can't even see it after chasing it for a long time. Cai Hongming asked curiously. Brother Hong, you need to be patient to catch this thing. When my dad and I went hunting in the mountains before, we might not be able to catch any wild animals in a day. We caught a few pheasants and rabbits in a short time, which is already very good. Liu Zhang said beside him. I think there should be a lot of wild boars in this group. Everyone, be careful later. Wild boars in the mountains are very fierce. We may not be able to catch them. Pan Heyman said. You are wrong. After all, we are special forces, and we can't even catch wild boars. It's ridiculous. Li Chun said disapprovingly. You will know when the time comes. There is a saying in our hometown called 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. These wild boars live in groups and are stubborn. They rush over when they see people. In addition, they are thick-skinned and tough. They can't be killed for a while. Then it's your turn to be finished. Everyone saw that Pan Heyman was not joking. They couldn't help but put away their playful thoughts and take it seriously. Do you have wild boars over there? Cai Hongming asked Pan Heyman. Brother Hong, you are joking. My home is in the Greater Khingan Range. There are all kinds of wild animals there. Greater Khingan Range. Do you have wild ginseng there? Yes, but it's hard to find now. Basically, it's all dug up. If you want to dig it up, you have to rely on luck. The group talked, took a break, and continued on their way. After passing through a forest and climbing over a small hill, there was a mountain spring below that had accumulated into an old pond. It was almost noon, and Cai Hongming planned to rest and eat here. Suddenly, Mirang who were behind him suddenly grabbed him. Brother Hong, wait a minute, there is something down there. Cai Hongming heard what he said, looked down, and found a green sheep lying by the pond drinking water. In order to avoid scaring it, he hurriedly walked forward with everyone quietly. But at this moment, the black and white evil spirits that followed him suddenly ran forward at a speed as fast as lightning. Cai Hongming only had time to see a shadow running forward, and then he lost sight of the black and white evil spirits. When he saw it again, it had already run downstairs. Cai Hongming hurriedly followed it. The green sheep that was drinking water heard the sound and looked up. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow flying over. He turned around and wanted to run. At this moment, the black and white evil spirits suddenly pounced on it and bit it. The green sheep struggled hurriedly. The black and white evil spirits had never hunted wild animals before, so they broke free. Seeing that the green sheep was about to run, they pounced on it again and bit its neck tightly. The green sheep struggled desperately, but unfortunately it couldn't break free and finally could only die unwillingly. Seeing that it didn't move anymore, the black and white evil spirits bit the green sheep and came to Cai Hongming to ask for credit. Cai Hongming didn't expect it to be able to hunt a blue sheep, so he rubbed its head and praised it, making it wag its tail wildly. At noon, everyone ate the biscuits, bread, mineral water and other things they brought, and then continued to chase the wild boar. After chasing for a while, Cai Hongming suddenly heard some movement in front of him. He listened for a while, and it seemed to be the call of a wild boar, so he ran over quickly. When he got closer, he heard a clear call of a wild boar, but he couldn't see the shadow of the wild boar. After listening carefully, he found that the sound came from the bottom of the mountain in front. He asked everyone to stop first, stabilize the black and white evil spirits, and ran over to see the situation. Liu Zhang looked at his figure that was escaping quickly and said enviously, "Brother Hong is really good. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so of course he is good, but we are not bad either." Li Chun said, "Oh, then why don't you try to compete with him? Do you think I'm stupid? Brother Dan can't beat him, and I went there to cut vegetables for him." Li Chun said unhappily, "I heard that Brother Hong will take us to ride on ostriches to dig Sistance Deserticola tomorrow. I wonder if it's true." Liu Zhang ignored him and turned to ask Chen Dashan next to him. Chen Dashan looked at his increasingly plump body and said leisurely, "Even if you want to go, you won't be able to go. The ostrich is so small. If you sit on it, it will be crushed to death." When Liu Zhang heard this, he immediately deflated like a deflated balloon. Cai Hongming walked over lightly and saw a stone cave under the mountain wall. The sound of the wild boar came from the stone cave. He walked over slowly and looked into the cave. Wow, there were a bunch of wild boars lying inside, more than a dozen big and small, some of which were only the size of 2 palms, rolling around on a big sow and playing. He took a look, did not dare to make any noise, and walked back quietly. When he returned to the crowd, he told them what he saw. "There are too many wild boars. What do you think we should do? Let's dig a hole. Let's dig a big hole at the entrance of the wild boar hole and let them run out and jump into the hole." Liu Zhang said, "What can we use to dig? We don't have a shovel." "I have one." Liu Zhang smiled and took out a folding engineer shovel from the backpack behind him. "I have one too." Pan Heyman also took out one from his backpack. Cai Hongming looked at the two of them, his face twitching slightly. "These two guys. Why do you bring an engineer shovel when you go hunting in the mountains? Brother Hong, you don't know, this is a good thing. Digging soil, sawing trees, chopping wood, and frying eggs. It can handle everything. When we are soldiers on a mission to drill into the mountains and forests, as long as we have such a shovel in our hands, we can do it ourselves without asking for help from our parents, and have enough food and clothing." Liu Zhang said proudly, "Just talk nonsense. Since you have brought things, you and Heyman go to dig a hole, and the others will go with me to cut trees, to make barricades to surround the cave entrance to prevent the wild boar from running away. Whether we will have a good meal or eat the northwest wind tonight depends on this time. It will definitely be done." Liu Zhang said, and went to dig a hole with Pan Heyman. Cai Hongming went to cut trees with the others. Of course, you can't dig a hole at the entrance of the wild boar cave, which is undoubtedly tantamount to seeking death. Liu Zhang and Pan Heyman found a relatively soft land about 20 meters away from the cave entrance and started digging. The speed was very fast, and a hole was dug out in a short while. Cai Hongming and the rest of the people cut thick tree trunks and made barricades to surround the edge of the cave entrance. Next, they waited for the wild boar to fall into the trap. Seeing that everything was ready, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the cave. This stone seemed to be still on the calm water surface, and it suddenly rippled. The wild boar in the cave was frightened by the stone and suddenly turned over from the ground. After a while, he found nothing moving, so he continued to lie down and sleep. Seeing that there was no movement inside, Cai Hongming picked up another stone and threw it in. This time it was not one stone, but 2 or 3 stones, and it screamed loudly. When the wild boar inside heard the sound, it immediately exploded and rushed out of the cave. More than a dozen wild boars of all sizes ran out together, and the scene was spectacular. Especially the 2 big wild boars running in front, with a pair of slender fangs and a strong body. It was daunting. Standing in front of the pit, holding a shovel, and preparing to hit the wild boar that fell into the pit and climbed out, Liu Zhang swallowed his saliva and felt a little panic in his heart. Cai Hongming stood beside him with a thick tree trunk and watched. He didn't expect this fat man to be so timid. I don't know how he became a soldier. The wild boar ran out of the cave and saw Cai Hongming and the others, and immediately rushed towards them with an angry howl. Without looking carefully at his feet, he fell into the pit, and the wild boars of all sizes fell in succession. The people guarding the barricade saw the wild boar fall into the pit and surrounded it. The pit dug by Liu Zhang and Pan Heyman was very deep, and it was difficult for the wild boar to climb out after falling in. But there were too many wild boars, and in a panic, the big boar stepped on the sow's body and struggled to lie on the edge of the pit. With a leap, he was about to jump out. Cai Hongming quickly picked up a tree trunk and hit it hard. Liu Zhang and others nearby also came to help, hitting it hard a few times, and knocked the boar unconscious. The big sow inside saw it, and screamed and wanted to climb out, but unfortunately the pit was too high and there was no place to step, so it was impossible. However, Cai Hongming did not bypass it. He took the thick tree trunk and hit the big sow hard until the tree trunk was broken, and then it was knocked unconscious. The big one was knocked unconscious, and the small one was much easier to deal with. They went down and caught the wild boars in the pit one by one and tied them up. These little wild boars, like their dead parents, howled miserably, and their feces and urine came out, which was stinking. In order to prevent the 2 big wild boars from waking up suddenly on the way, Cai Hongming killed them and returned with a full harvest. There were too many wild boars, and there were only 6 of them. As a last resort, they had to tie up the little wild boars tightly and stuff them into their backpacks, and then 2 people took turns carrying the wild boars. After walking and resting, they returned to Kilian village, and the sky was already full of red clouds. To be continued, please search. The novel is better and updated faster. Chapter 17, Muixisi and Worm Tea. Seeing the wild boar carried down by Cai Hongming and his team, the workers working on the construction site were all excited and ran over to see. Beigong and Shiwana, who got the news, stood in front of the house early, waiting for these heroes to return from hunting. Jidong saw them carrying the wild boar, feeling very proud, and felt jealous. Why didn't he go? At that moment, Cai Hongming decided to take out some wild boar meat to share with the workers, and the workers shouted with joy. Originally, he wanted to kill the little wild boars and make roast suckling pigs, but was stopped by the 3rd master, who said that he wanted to keep them and raise them before killing them. There was no way. He could only let the old man do it and only kill the 2 largest male and female wild boars. In the evening, everyone crowded into Cai Hongming's house to taste the delicious dishes made with wild boar meat. There were wild boar tendons fried with garlic, wild boar meat in boiled water, braised pig's trotters, wild boar bones with garlic, sweet and sour pork, pig's tail braised with chestnuts, etc. Anyway, the whole table was filled with wild boar meat, and there were no vegetables. Everyone wanted to vomit when they saw the wild boar meat the next day. They were so happy eating the fragrant meat and drinking wine that they got so drunk that they didn't know how they got home. Shiwana also happily joined in the fun and drank a few glasses. She accidentally drank too much and got drunk. Her face was as red as a peach after dew. She was yelling over there, and no one knew what she was saying. Cai Hongming was speechless and had no choice but to carry her back to the room and then turn around to clean up the mess. After cleaning up and taking a shower, he didn't go to bed, but went directly into the paradise in the jade tripod. He hadn't been to the paradise for a while, and as soon as he got in, he felt that there seemed to be changes inside, as if it had become a little bigger. The jade tripod continuously absorbed the essence of the bright moon and transformed it into jade toad liquid to moisten the space. The space absorbed the spiritual energy and slowly changed. Now it has grown several meters larger. Cai Hongming looked at the jade Ganoderma beside the boulder. The jade Ganoderma did not grow any bigger, but the small green Ganoderma that protruded from the Ganoderma cover and grew into the shape of a lotus flower grew larger and larger. Now it has grown to the same size as a normal lotus flower, and there are petals. Count them carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 12 petals in total. There is even a lotus pod in the middle. The lotus seeds in the pod are like jade and crystal clear. The green light is shrouded. Suddenly, he remembered the record of the immortal medicine in the Baopuzi that he had read before. The book said, there are 5 kinds of Ganoderma. There are stone Ganoderma, wood Ganoderma, and grass Ganoderma. There are meat Ganoderma and fungus Ganoderma, each with more than 100 kinds. Wood Ganoderma is pine cypress resin. Pine cypress resin sinks into the ground for 1,000 years and turns into Poria cocos. Poria cocos lives for 10,000 years, and small wood grows on it, which looks like a lotus flower, and is called Muixi Ganoderma. It glows at night, is very slippery when held, does not burn when burnt, and can ward off enemies. Put a chicken with a belt and 12 other chickens in a cage, and shoot 12 arrows at it from 12 steps away. The other chickens will be injured, but the one with the weakness he will not be injured. Pick it from the gate of life, dry it in the shade in the 6 jayas, take a square inch of it 3 times a day for 100 days, and take 1 pill, and you will be 3,000 years old. He saw that the small green Ganoderma lucidum on the jade Ganoderma lucidum looked very much like the woodweaksis he mentioned in the Immortal Medicine volume of Baopuzi, but when the ancients talked about some extraordinary medicinal materials, they always liked to attach legends such as immortals. Cai Hongming didn't know whether it was true or not, so he didn't dare to try it. After all, there was only one jade Ganoderma lucidum. What if it died? So he could only let it grow like this. However, although he didn't know whether the jade Ganoderma lucidum was the woodweaksis he mentioned in the book, he knew very well that the green Ganoderma lucidum growing next to the jade Ganoderma lucidum was a good thing. Otherwise the livestock at home would not like to eat it so much. Now the green Ganoderma under the jade Ganoderma has grown to the size of an ordinary Ganoderma. Cai Hongming once picked some and dried them to make tea. It tasted good, and the mouth was full of the fragrance of Ganoderma, which could refresh the mind. These green Ganoderma grew more and more, and now occupied a large area. Cai Hongming was thinking about whether to pick some to make hot pot ingredients. He didn't know if it would taste good when eaten hot, and whether it would be the same as mushrooms. After taking a look, he continued to walk to the side. The giant cactus and thatch that were previously placed inside had been taken out and planted, freeing up a space that looked much wider. The thatch was not taken away cleanly, and some of it took root inside and grew very densely. Cai Hongming walked over and pulled up a thatch and found that the roots of the thatch were actually very fat, so he pulled a piece, cleaned it, and put it in his mouth to chew. It actually had a sweet taste different from the roots of the thatch outside. He originally wanted to pull out all the thatch, but now that he saw that it was growing better than outside, he was too lazy to pull it out and left it. He walked past the thatch and came to the purple gourd vine. After the purple gourd bloomed, he artificially pollinated it, and it seemed to have some effect. Several small purple gourds have grown, hanging among the green leaves, which is very beautiful. Beyond the gourd vine are the 9 camellia trees that Cai Hongming dug from the mountain to plant. He has not come in to pick tea leaves because he has been busy for a while, which is a bit of a loss. Standing under the tea tree, looking up, he found that the tea tree has grown a little taller. It was only 3 or 4 meters before, but now it is estimated to be nearly 5 meters high. Suddenly, something seemed to fall from it. Cai Hongming subconsciously dodged and hid away. Looking down, it turned out to be a soybean-sized round thing that looked like a black Chinese medicine pill, and there were many on the ground. These pill-like things are not smooth on the surface, but look very rough and smell like tea. Feeling strange, he picked it up to have a look. It does look a bit like a Chinese medicine pill, but it does not smell like medicine. Instead, it has the fragrance of fermented ripe tea like oolong tea, accompanied by a little Ganoderma lucidum fragrance. Cai Hongming wondered what it was, so he looked up. As luck would have it, a grain of something fell into his mouth. He quickly spat it out. but strangely, it tasted mellow and fragrant, and after spitting it out, it tasted sweet. It was much better than the thousands of dollars of good tea on the market. What on earth is this? Cai Hongming looked up again, and after a careful search, he suddenly found a fat white worm eating tea leaves happily among a bunch of tender green tea leaves. Isn't that the white worm that was still on the boulder last time? Why hasn't it died yet? Why did it run here? What's going on? Cai Hongming was very surprised, and many questions came to his mind. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the thing that just fell into his mouth could not be the shit that the white worm had pulled out. It felt too disgusting, so he spit it out, but it tasted really good. The white worm that was eating tea leaves heard the noise, stopped, and looked down at Cai Hongming. Its big eyes looked very innocent. Cai Hongming pouted for a while, looked up, and found that it was looking at him, so he stomped hard on the ground, used the force to jump up, and caught the white worm. The white worm was fatter than when he first saw it. It was about the thickness of 2 thumbs and more than 10 centimeters long. It had a pair of big black eyes and a huge insect head, which made it look silly. Just as Cai Hongming was looking at it, the white worm's stomach moved, and a hard insect feces the size of a soybean was pulled out of its butt. It was fresh, so it still had a smell. It was not a bad smell, not a fishy smell, but a fragrance of fermented tea, and the smell of Ganoderma lucidum. Cai Hongming felt something was wrong, and smelled it carefully, and then recalled the taste that had just fallen into his mouth. It seemed that there was also a smell of Cordyceps sinensis. How could there be a smell of Cordyceps sinensis? Could it be that this guy has eaten Cordyceps sinensis for so long, and has not digested it completely? Or is this guy originally transformed from Cordyceps sinensis? That's too magical, but it's impossible. Cai Hongming thought to himself, touching his chin, looking at the insect feces in his hand, thinking that this could be the legendary worm tea. Worm tea is a traditional specialty for export. It is excreted by insects such as the black rice bug, after feeding on the leaves of plants such as the wormwood tree and the bitter tea. It is the same principle as cat feces coffee, which is to eat things into the stomach, and then poop them out. In the past, mountain people specially collected the dry feces excreted by these insects. After special treatment, they obtained worm tea with fine round particles and golden gloss. This kind of worm tea is fragrant when brewed, and the taste is mellow and sweet, refreshing and endless. If measured by the scientific definition of tea, it is actually not tea, but the way people eat the feces of this insect is similar to drinking tea, so it is called tea. Worm tea is mainly produced in ethnic minority areas such as Yunnan, Guizhou, Hunan and Guangxi. After years of exploration, local mountain people have come up with some methods which have changed from the most primitive picking worm tea to the current worm tea. Around the time of grain rain, the mountain people would go into the mountains to collect local wild bitter tea leaves, or fresh and tender leaves of wild plants such as the Platycodon grandiflorum, glutinous rice vine, Bastacia chinensis, wild hawthorn, and Uncaria. After a little steaming to remove the astringency, they would wait until 80% dry in the sun, and then pile them in wooden barrels. The interlayers would be evenly poured with rice washing water, and then covered and kept moist. The leaves would gradually ferment and rot naturally, emitting a fragrant aroma. At this time, insects such as the Platycodon grandiflorum would be lured by the fragrance and flock to it to lay eggs. After about 10 days, dark grey larvae would break out of the eggs and cover the leaves. While eating the rotten and fragrant leaves, they would excrete golden grains, that is, insect feces, and they were beautifully named worm tea. These little caterpillars have an amazing appetite, and it won't take long for them to eat up all the rotten leaves in the wooden barrel. At this time, the mountain people will collect these insect feces, remove the dead stems and leaves, dry them and sieve them, and finally get the worm tea with fine round grains, shiny oil and golden color. If you are more particular, you have to dry these worm tea again, then put them in an iron pot, add honey and tea leaves, and stir fry them at 180 C high temperature for 20 minutes. In this way, you can get the best quality worm tea. In fact, this is similar to raising silkworms, but the things raised are different, the feed is different, and the things excreted are different. Cai Hongming didn't know whether the things excreted by the white worms were worm tea, but he felt that it tasted good, so he picked up the worm fesses that fell on the ground one by one, intending to take it out for a search. As for this white worm, seeing that it was so cute, he didn't intend to kill it, so he let it go. If its fesses were really worm tea, it would be a treasure. Chapter 18, Digging Systench Desaticola. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window screen. Shiwana opened her eyes lazily and found that Hongming had already gotten up, so she got up to dress and comb her hair. She looked out the window inadvertently and saw him practicing boxing in the backyard. His neat figure danced like a flying crane, and she couldn't help but feel drunk. Cai Hongming said that he would take everyone to ride ostriches and dig Systench Desaticola today. So after dinner, everyone gathered in front of the house where the ostriches were kept. When buying ostriches, Cai Hongming specially bought 20 adult ostriches. On the one hand, he planned to lay eggs and hatch them himself, so that he could save money on buying ostrich seedlings. On the other hand, he wanted to tame these ostriches and then ride them for fun. Just thinking about riding an ostrich and galloping on the vast yellow sand is intoxicating. After the 20 adult ostriches were brought back, Cai Hongming took special care of them. He not only fed them with jade toad liquid and green Ganoderma lucidum, but also found a recipe for nourishing and strengthening the body from the family classics, and boiled it to feed the ostriches. After several months of feeding, the 20 ostriches looked unusually majestic, and their bodies were about 1.3 times larger than ordinary ostriches. Their feet alone looked brave and powerful. The most important thing was that they could understand a little human language, and they did not look stupid like ordinary ostriches that would bury themselves in the sand when they were scared by the slightest sound. One of these ostriches was particularly large and naturally became the king of these ostriches, Cai Hongming's mount. Cai Hongming often dealt with it, so he was very familiar with it. Seeing him coming, the ostrich king called affectionately and flapped his wings. The black and white beautiful feathers and tall body standing there were as moving as the ballerina dancing gracefully on the stage. Brother Hong, I want to go too. Liu Zhan looked at the ostrich. He said eagerly. He was too fat. A few days ago, he weighed himself and found that he weighed 200 kilograms. No one knew how he ate. Cai Hongming was afraid that he would crush the ostrich and dared not agree. Even if he could ride it, he probably couldn't ride it far. However, he was also worried that everyone would have an accident while riding the ostrich in the desert, so he asked him to drive the fierce off-road muscle car modified from an armored vehicle and follow behind with supplies. Everything was ready, and the group rode the ostrich out. Ostriches are very fast and run very fast, and most people can't control them. Cai Hongming went to the place where he bought ostrich seedlings to learn from others. He specially had someone build an ostrich saddle for riding ostriches. The ostrich saddle is made of yak skin. It is soft and stable, and it feels as comfortable as sitting on your own sofa, unlike riding a horse, which suffocates your buttocks and presses against your two testicles. Rushing out of the Zhou. Outside is the newly purchased 2,000 acres of land. The corn on the ground is about to mature, a golden color. On the other side, there are groups of yaks and ostriches, and the whole scene is prosperous. On the side, the sea buckthorn fruits planted this year have grown more or less. A handful of yellow fruit and a handful of green leaves look very poetic. The taste of sea buckthorn fruit is originally sour, but strangely, it gradually becomes a little sweet after the frost. People who like to make wine often choose to pick sea buckthorn fruit at this time to make wine. Cai Hongming also wants to make some sea buckthorn fruit wine this year. The sea buckthorn fruit sold on the market is produced in the factory and the taste is not very good. He wants to make something different. He plans to add some medicinal materials and some jade toad liquid. I believe it will taste good. Running out of the farm and stepping on the soft yellow sand, the ostrich's speed has obviously slowed down, but it is still very fast. Liu Zhan drove a muscle car and followed closely behind, and Jidong, whose arm has not yet healed, also followed to watch the fun. Entering the desert and looking forward, I saw a vast expanse of yellow sand, rolling and undulating, just like a yellow sea, and people in it seem so small. In the boundless sea of sand, there are clumps of weeds and clumps of trees. The grass is hemp, huang grass and Achnatharum splendens. They are drought resistant, with roots up to 2 meters long, allowing them to absorb the water they need in the dry desert. The tree is Salix tamarisk. In order to survive in the water-scarce desert, Salix tamarisk relies on its tenacious perseverance to dig its roots deep into the sand, up to dozens of meters long, and stretches all the way to the place with water sources. These clumps of weeds and clumps of Salix tamarisk inject vitality into the originally dead sea of sand. Here, once life is born, it is difficult to die, because the harsh environment can often nurture great and tenacious life. Shiwana sat on the ostrich with a veil on her face, her hair flying, her clothes fluttering, and her figure moving. How can you not take pictures here? So, as soon as she entered the desert, she asked Cai Hongming to take pictures of her in various poses, and Liu Zhang took on the responsibility of taking pictures of the entire team. Kilian village is located on the edge of Gilang, with a vast desert in front of it, and across the desert is the Alishan League in Inner Mongolia, and a little further away is the border of Mongolia. Cai Hongming and his party were certainly not going to sneak across the border to Mongolia, but to dig Sistanch Deserticola. The vast desert between Gilang and Alishan League has always been sparsely populated, which also gives the Hylarxyl and Amadendron trees that parasitize Sistanch Deserticola some opportunities to thrive, and Cai Hongming happened to know a place where there was a Hylarxyl and Amadendron forest. The majestic ostrich ran across the desert at a very fast speed. Riding an ostrich is not easy, because this stupid ostrich is not like a horse, which can automatically turn or obey commands. You have to hold its head and turn it in the right direction, so that it knows where to go, otherwise it will just rush forward stupidly. And you can't talk loudly in its ear, otherwise it will be scared by its timidity and burrow into the sand, and never get up. After running for almost an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Cai Hongming and his party also went from the initial excitement of riding an ostrich to complaining, and anyone who sat on the bumpy back of an ostrich and was blown by the wind for so long would be like this. This 1 hour bumpy ride made my buttocks numb, and I felt like I was in ecstasy. In front of me was a small lake of more than 100 square meters, surrounded by tamarisk trees and weeds. In the desert, you can often see some strange scenes, such as a small lake suddenly appearing in a piece of yellow sand, or a piece of green trees and weeds. You don't know where the water comes from, why there is water there, and why there is green, but next to it is a vast yellow sand without life. When we got to the place, everyone jumped off the ostrich and rubbed their buttocks that were tortured all the way. Cai Hongming kindly wanted to help Shiwana rub it, but she slapped him away with a coquettish look. Liu Zhang drove a muscle car and followed them closely. Seeing their embarrassing appearance of rubbing their buttocks, he laughed with gloating beside them. As a result, he was suppressed and beaten by his comrades, who were unhappy with him. After a break, everyone took the shovels from the muscle car and started to dig for Sistanch Deserticola. There are few people here, so there are a lot of Sistanch Deserticola, and you can find them easily. Cai Hongming found a large piece of Sistanch Deserticola and started digging with Shiwana. Sistanch Deserticola was buried in the yellow sand under the Hylarxyl and Amadendron tree. Some were 20 to 30 centimeters deep, and some were several meters deep, so digging Sistanch Deserticola is a strenuous job and not easy. Shiwana has been spoiled since she was a child. She is the eldest in the family and a princess in everyone's eyes. She has never done this kind of work. After digging a few times, she couldn't dig anymore, so she sat down to rest and cheered her husband up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 19. Super Large Sistanch. The Sistanch that Cai Hongming found was very big and long. He dug 1 meter deep, but still couldn't see the roots. Liu Zhang and Jidong also found a bunch of Sistanch next to him and started digging. After a while, the two dug out a palm-sized Sistanch that was about 40 to 50 centimeters long. As soon as he dug out the Sistanch, Liu Zhang happily picked it up and ran around to show off. Cai Hongming didn't know what to say. What was there to show off about this thing? Adang, last time I asked you to find a few comrades to help. Did you find them? Why haven't you heard from them yet? Cai Hongming asked Jidang while digging. The farm is getting bigger and bigger, raising more and more livestock, planting more and more crops, and doing more and more work. It's impossible for them to take care of it. It's not that he didn't think about finding someone in the town, but few young people are willing to endure hardships now, let alone come to the desert. It's better to be a soldier. You can endure hardships, know discipline and obey, and have a lot of strength. Not only can he work here, but he can also serve as a security guard. It's a win-win situation and saves a lot of trouble. Of course, he can only think about this idea in his mind. If he speaks it out, he will definitely be scolded to death. Jidang glanced at him and said, "Do you think it's easy to find people? Salaries are high now, and everyone goes to big cities to work. There's money to be made, and fun to play there. Who wants to come to our remote place to grow vegetables? Why are you so stupid? What remote place? You didn't tell them about the benefits here. Not only can you ride ostriches in the desert, you can also ride yaks to play with them. The scenery is beautiful. Besides working, you can do whatever you want in the rest of the time. The salary is high, and there are a lot of benefits. What's not to like? I've been here for so long, and I don't know what benefits we have here. How can there be no benefits? Didn't I take you hunting yesterday? Today I took you to ride ostriches to dig Sistanch Deserticola. Aren't these all benefits? Look at Liu Zhang. He was as thin as a monkey when he came here, but now he's so fat. Isn't this a benefit? Here, the air is good, the scenery is beautiful, the food is delicious, the salary is high, and you can chat online and play games in your free time. What's not to be satisfied with?" Jidang heard what Cai Hongming said. "It really feels like this. Here you can eat, drink and earn money. It is indeed better than working in the city and breathing the messy air. It is much better to be scolded like a grandson and eat all kinds of toxic food. It seems that I have to talk to my comrades when I go back. Try to call more people over." He was fooled by Cai Hongming. What he said does make sense, but he ignored the fact that it takes at least half a day to drive to the nearest county town, and there is no one around. It is so quiet at night that it can scare people to death. Which young people don't like the hustle and bustle now? Who would like it when it is so quiet all day long here? After Liu Zhang ran around with the dug Sistanch, he came back to continue digging. Although the clumps of Sistanch they found were relatively short, there were many of them, about a dozen. Seeing him coming back, Cai Hongming asked, "Brother Zhang, didn't you say that a comrade in arms was coming to treat his leg injury? Why is there no news yet? Did he become an immortal? Please, Brother Hong, can you please not call me Brother Zhang? I'm so fat because of you." Liu Zhang heard his name and said this feebly. Shiwana giggled beside him. "Bullshit, you are lazy and don't exercise, but you blame me? You are just too lucky. If you were in the army, could you be so fat? If you get up in the morning and exercise with me, I think you can lose weight in a few days. I also exercise," Liu Zhang said proudly with his fat chest. "Wriggling your butt and waist in the morning is also considered exercise? Then I get up every day to do boxing, and I'm crippled. I think how about this, starting from tomorrow morning, I will go to wake you up to exercise." No, I can do it myself." Liu Zhang waved his hand quickly. He was sleeping well in the morning, who was impatient. After finally getting out of the pit of fire that almost killed him in the army, he didn't want to jump in again. It's decided. Look at you, you're so fat, how can you not exercise? Which girl will be willing to marry you in the future? Liu Zhang heard him say that. In order to marry a beautiful and lovely wife in the future, he had to follow his advice, and painfully said goodbye to the warm bed in the morning. "By the way, you haven't told me what happened to your comrade in arms. He has a girlfriend, and he's in love with her. Who would want to come? But he called me yesterday, and said he would come tomorrow, and you have to pick him up then. Why do you want to come again? He broke up with his girlfriend. Girls nowadays are not stupid. Who would want to marry a lame man like him?" Liu Zhang said the truth. Girls nowadays are very realistic. As long as they are not crazy, they will definitely not marry a lame man. His comrade and his girlfriend met through an introduction. At first, the woman was not very satisfied, but after being persuaded, she thought about getting along for a while. But later, she met a man. Although he was not as rich as his comrade, he was at least a complete person, so she broke up with him. His comrade wanted to come here to relax, because he was sad, and he didn't even think about curing his leg injury. After retiring from the army due to injury, his comrade saw countless doctors, both Chinese and Western medicine, but unfortunately, none of them worked, so he gave up. This time he came here to relax and see if there was any hope of curing his leg. He had actually given up, but he still wanted to try it out in his heart. Maybe there would be a miracle. Many people think so. The cistern that Cai Hongming dug was indeed very long and big, with a diameter of about half a meter, and the length was still unknown. So far, he had dug nearly 1 meter, but he hadn't seen the root yet. He didn't know how long it was, so he asked Liu Chang to come over and dig from the other side to avoid damaging it. When he dug alone later, after digging for a while, they finally dug to the root. At this time, the cistern desarticular was nearly 3 meters long. A 1 meter cistern desarticular is normal, 2 meters is rare, and 3 meters is unheard of. It can be said to be a miracle. It's really big. Liu Zhang said with emotion as he looked at the fat cistern desarticular in the pit in front of him. Cai Hongming was also very excited. He didn't expect that he was so lucky to dig such a big cistern desarticular. This is a good thing, and he must take it back and make good use of it. He ran to the car and got a blanket spread on the car, wrapped the cistern desarticular around, and tied it up, then called a few other people to pull the cistern desarticular out of the pit together. It was not obvious in the pit, but when they came out and saw the huge cistern desarticular, everyone was amazed. They couldn't go back at noon, so they ate here. The group took the meat and fish they brought from the car, grilled them with the grill, and used the sheep bones they brought to cook the freshly dug cistern desarticular. After cooking, the thick bone soup, with the taste of fresh cistern desarticular, was extremely delicious. After eating, they dug cistern desarticular for a while, and then they reluctantly packed up their things and walked back. When they came, they blindfolded the ostrich and tied it to the side of the car. If the ostrich opens its eyes, it will walk around, or even run around. But with something covering its eyes, it will stand there stupidly and motionless. When Cai Hongming and his team took off the cover covering the ostrich's eyes, the ostrich looked around curiously. When the rope was untied, they flapped their wings and wanted to run. Cai Hongming and his team quickly rode on the ostrich's back to prevent them from running away. Unexpectedly, as soon as they rode on, these guys ran forward in a swarm, as if they knew the path, and ran wildly on the way they came. All the cisterns dug out from the Halaxil and Amadendron forest were in Liu Zhang's muscle car, and he drove closely behind. The return trip was as quiet as the return trip, so quiet that only the sound of ostriches running could be heard. The running ostriches left footprints on the sand, which were smoothed out by the wind, as if they had never appeared. Only the endless yellow sand was left, lying there quietly, telling of the ancient feelings. Chapter 20 Zadousheng Jinko Limited. The black and white evil spirits lay weakly on the ground in front of the house. Ever since Cai Hongming went out and didn't let it follow him, leaving it to watch the house, it has been lying here. It was lazy all day and had no interest in anything. Even when Bagan brought its favorite lamb chops, it felt tasteless. Suddenly, it seemed to hear something, and suddenly jumped up from the ground. After listening carefully, it ran out quickly. As fast as the wind, it brought up dust all the way. It rushed out of the city gate and laid with the stone plaque of Zadousheng, came to the farm outside, and stood in front of the wooden fence surrounding the yaks. It saw a drop of black dots slowly coming from a distance. The black dots gradually became larger, and then Cai Hongming rode an ostrich, and ran in front. The black and white evil spirits looked so happy that they raised their heads and roared. The wind with a little dust made its hair ripple like waves, and its tall body looked extremely majestic. It was really a good Tibetan mastiff. If it weren't for the black circles around its eyes and the black and white stripes on its body that were too funny, it would definitely be an unparalleled fierce beast. As the black and white devils roared, the yaks and ostriches in the wooden fence started to cry out for some unknown reason. The ostriches that ran over were so scared when they heard such a loud noise that they hid in the soft sand. Before he could ask if it was okay, he saw a gust of wind blowing, and then he saw the black and white devils excitedly put their paws on him and extended their tongues to lick him affectionately. This guy. What's wrong with him? He has been scolded so many times, but he still uses this trick. Cai Hongming held down the black and white devils that were excitedly licking him with their tongues, rubbed their cute heads hard, and pushed them aside. The black and white devils didn't care. They just lay down beside them and waited. Shiwana was jealous and shouted at the black and white devils, "Little devil, come here and let your mother hug you." The black and white devils don't like it at all. It always kisses and hugs it and gives it a fragrant bath. It doesn't like it the most. So when it heard Shiwana's words, it got up and walked away to avoid being caught by Shiwana. Shiwana was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Later, Jidong and the others also rolled off the ostrich's back due to this sudden situation, but they were all good at fighting, and the sand was soft, so they were not injured. Cai Hongming felt sorry for it, so he asked Shiwana to keep it. Shiwana glared at him with dissatisfaction. Shiwana likes the black and white twins very much. This guy looks so much like a panda, which makes people feel so cute, and has long hair. Not only can it be used as a rag doll, but also can be used as a footrest, a backrest, and a cushion. It has many functions. It was getting late, and it was almost time to feed the livestock. Jidong and the others did not dare to delay, so they drove the ostrich, which was still stupidly burying its head in the sand, into the pen. Then they quickly walked back to the farm. Cai Hongming had nothing to do, so he took the black and white twins with him. He walked leisurely. How carefree he was. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembered the crystal scorpion that had been placed in the blessed land of the jade tripod, so he took it out and introduced it to the black and white evil spirits. This little guy had been staying in the blessed land of the jade tripod, passively absorbing the spiritual energy transformed by the jade toad liquid, and benefited a lot. The crystal body that was almost transparent before was now gradually condensed and was about to turn into a white jade color. Thinking that it was not a good idea to keep it in the blessed land of the jade tripod, he put the crystal scorpion in the desert, gave it freedom, and let it take care of his farm to prevent things from being stolen. After drinking the jade toad liquid, the crystal scorpion was full of spirituality and seemed to understand human words. After receiving Cai Hongming's instructions, it wagged its tail and burrowed into the sand and disappeared. The black and white evil spirits looked at it strangely and couldn't help shouting. After a while, seeing that it hadn't come out yet, they ran over to dig the sand. After digging for a long time, they didn't see a shadow, so they gave up. But they still looked at the sand strangely. With its brain, it would probably never figure out why the crystal scorpion burrowed into the sand and disappeared. When he returned to the farm, he saw several tall giant cacti standing proudly in the distance, seemingly reaching the sky. This was the desert scene he wanted, and it was worth the huge sum of money he spent to buy it. Outside the farm, where yaks and ostriches were kept, there was a large field of corn, which was now ripe. At first glance, it was golden, and it was almost time to harvest. He would not harvest these corn separately from the corn stalks, but would harvest them together and crush them to make feed for livestock. Next, the sweet potatoes would also be harvested. The sweet potato field was virgin land, but with his unremitting efforts to fertilize and irrigate it with water-diluted jade toad liquid, they grew very well. Although not as terrifying as his big sweet potato that won the Guinness World Record, they were bigger than ordinary sweet potatoes. In addition to eating some of these sweet potatoes, they would also be kept as livestock feed. Next was rice. After the rice was shelled, the rice husks and broken rice were also used as feed. With these things and the elephant grass on the hillside, the livestock can basically be self-sufficient in food in the future, and then they will start to make money. There is no need to think about making money this year, and there may be losses, but if it continues like this, it will not be difficult to make money. This year, I did not raise sheep and chickens, because I was worried about the feed problem, but I can raise them next year. By then, except for the livestock seedlings, everything else will be mine. If I still can't make money, I can find a rope to hang myself. Cai Hongming walked along, thinking about future development. The farm has been built, and we can apply for a company license, called Zadu Shengjing Coal Limited. to prepare for future sightseeing. This requires careful planning, and we must not destroy the environment here for the sake of making money, which goes against the original intention of building this place. In addition, now that the weather is cold, we need to build a greenhouse after harvesting rice, corn, sweet potatoes, etc., and grow some vegetables to sell, so as not to have no income this year. It's not that there is no income, those loaches and crucian carp can be sold for a lot of money. These things have been raised in the rice fields for so long, and I don't know how they taste. I must catch some tomorrow to try. I also need to build a greenhouse over there for the elephant grass, so that it can continue to grow, and the yaks and ostriches can also eat the grass. There are so many things, and the more Cai Hongming thinks about it, the more headache he gets. He simply stops thinking about it, and walks inside quickly. Chapter 21 Controlling the Crane, and Capturing the Dragon. After getting up in the morning and roughly washing his face, Cai Hongming ran to call Liu Chang to get up and exercise. Because there was no place to live in the village now, he asked Uncle Fu to move to Sun Yi's place, and settled Jidong and the others in Uncle Fu's house. Originally, there were 2 people in one room, but Liu Chang would snore at night, so he was thrown into a room out of disgust. For a single man, especially a fat lazy bug, the hygiene of the room can be imagined. When Cai Hongming walked in, he felt like he was walking into the gas test station of the Japanese Devil's 173rd unit, with all kinds of smells. Fortunately, he didn't have breakfast, otherwise he would definitely vomit out of nausea. Brother Chang, get up. Cai Hongming called a few times, and seeing that he didn't respond, he went over and pushed him. Liu Chang wrapped his whole body in the quilt, like a sandwich wrapped in ham. Being awakened from his sweet dream by Cai Hongming, he remembered to get up and exercise. It was just a little cold, so he didn't want to get up at all. He felt it was more comfortable to sleep in the quilt. Brother Hong, it's a little cold today. Let's exercise when it's hot tomorrow. Go by yourself. After saying that, he rolled up the quilt and continued to sleep. Seeing how lazy he was, Cai Hongming didn't know what to say. He didn't bother to say anything, so he turned around and ran to the bathroom to wash his hands with water. After freezing his hands to ice cold, he ran to Liu Chang's room and reached out to touch his neck. On the cement road of Zidushengjing, Cai Hongming was running in front. The black and white evil spirits followed closely behind. Liu Chang moved his bulky body far behind, and while he was running, he was mumbling in his heart that he cursed Cai Hongming for giving birth to a son without an asshole. Just now, he was touched by his cold hand, and his heart was almost cold. He was really wicked. After running around the 1,000 acres of land, Cai Hongming no longer cared about him, and practiced the flying crane fist in the open space in front of the house. Liu Chang ran with him for a while, and his sleepiness had long disappeared. It was still early for dinner, so he watched him practice boxing, and followed him to practice the military boxing he learned in the army. His comrades who lived in the same room with him were awakened by his shouting, and lost their sleepiness. After washing up, he watched them practice boxing. He followed them to practice. Military boxing is known for its fierceness. It is a killer move that combines various boxing techniques. Although it is useful for actual combat, long-term practice is harmful to the body. Unlike internal boxing, it can not only defend oneself, but also maintain health. After Cai Hongming entered the dark power, he had a deeper understanding of the killer moves in the boxing books given to him by his grandfather. Recently, he was thinking of incorporating these killer moves into the boxing he practiced on a daily basis. Practice them well, so that you can use them for self-defense. Today's society is in a mess. Not causing trouble does not mean that you will be fine. It is also good to have a skill to defend yourself in case of emergency. As a creature, the crane is subject to the energy of yin and yang, and has the essence of golden fire. It is covered with white snow wings, and has a red and red crown. The head is thin and the eyes are exposed. The flesh is sparse and the hair is abundant. The beak is long and straight. The legs are thin and scaly. The voice is loud. The dance is beautiful. The movements are agile. And the eyes are sharp. It soars into the sky and travels 1,000 miles in one go. It flaps its wings and soars into the clouds and pecks high in the sky. It is not a chicken, but the cry of the 8 dukes makes the enemy subdue. The legs are longer than ducks, and the cry of the 9 Gaos makes the sky startle. The phoenix is the ancestor of feathers. The nature is spiritual and the vision is the fairy bird of fetal transformation. In the ancestral flying crane boxing manual, every word and sentence has a deep meaning. Cai Hongming used to see what was written above and only regarded it as a poem praising the crane. As he practiced more, he understood the deep meaning. Isn't that the most true description of the flying crane boxing? Everything passed through his mind like a dream. In an instant, his heart was enlightened. His heart moved as he wished, his hands moved as he wished, and his fist formed a crane seal and suddenly pointed out. Suddenly, there was a sonic boom, and a cold and bone-chilling sound of a crane was blasted out. Liu Zhang and others who were boxing nearby heard the sound and stopped unconsciously. They were amazed in their hearts. They didn't expect that boxing could make such a sound. After boxing, Cai Hongming closed his eyes and felt the changes just now. Just now, he unconsciously used the killer move of controlling the crane and catching the dragon in the boxing manual. This move hits the vital points of the human body, and it will either kill or be disabled. Making a sonic boom is the worst performance. The real controlling the crane and catching the dragon is silent when it is used, as if it has never happened. When it hits a person, that person will feel that nothing has happened and everything is unconscious. Under this move, there is also a side branch called controlling the crane and adding oil. A person's internal strength is like the oil in an oil lamp. It is limited, and it will be gone after it is used up. And controlling the crane and adding oil is to create something out of nothing, stimulate the potential in the body, and use it for oneself. However, this move has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if used well, it can save lives. The disadvantage is that this is, after all, a method of overdrawing the body's potential. If it is not remedied in time after use, the lightest illness may be serious, and the seriousness may be death. Opening his eyes, Cai Hongming saw Liu Zhang and others looking at him, and smiled. Why, do you want to practice together? Liu Zhang and others shook their heads hurriedly. They couldn't even beat Boss Jidang. If they went up, they would be beaten. Only fools would go. Why, you don't dare. If 1 doesn't work, 2 can, 2 can't work, 3 can't work, and if none of them work, they can go together. Didn't Jidang say that you are all elites in the army? Why are you so timid? Cai Hongming provoked. Feeling that they were despised, Liu Zhang and others were very unhappy. Mirren Hua winked at Li Chun, and the two walked out without saying a word, and suddenly attacked Cai Hongming. Cai Hongming moved suddenly, his body followed his steps, and he moved between the two people flexibly. Mirren Hua and the other man did not dare to use real kung fu, but now that they saw that they were not going to win, they changed their hands and feet and used their real skills. Mirren Hua made eagle claws with his hands and grabbed Cai Hongming's neck. His feet were also decisive, kicking his heels directly, and his other hand made a fist and hit him directly on the waist. The ferocious and vicious momentum was obvious to the eyes. Li Chun was even more wicked. He came in front of Cai Hongming, suddenly knelt on one leg, and suddenly took out a monkey stealing peach. Judging from his face, if he was caught, he would probably crush Cai Hongming's 2 testicles. Cai Hongming saw that it was not good, and his body suddenly turned to the side, barely avoiding the joint killing move of the two. The two failed to make a move, so they stood up and kicked forward with one foot. Their hands were not slow either, and straight punches and hooks suddenly poured forward like a storm. The attack was fierce and there was no escape. Cai Hongming had an idea and flew forward quickly. He slipped through the gap between the two people like a cat. Then he turned around, grabbed the two people's heads with both hands, and hit them hard. With a bang, Mirren Hua and Li Chun only felt countless little stars circling in front of their eyes, and then they lost consciousness. Chapter 22 How does it taste? Mirren Hua and Li Chun were in good health, and Cai Hongming did not use too much force, so they stood up again after falling down, but their heads were still a little dizzy. Liu Zhang and others ran over and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Many words "it's okay." The two waved their hands, but there were still stars above their heads. "Do you want to come and try?" Cai Hongming asked Liu Zhang and others. seeing that to like this, only a fool would try again. Breakfast was almost about to start, and Liu Zhang and others made an excuse to go to eat and left. After eating, Cai Hongming drove to Ginong to pick up Liu Zhang's comrades and took Shiwana to see the house. The black and white twins wanted to follow, but unfortunately they were ordered by Cai Hongming to stay and watch the house, which made them very unhappy. After buying an off-road vehicle modified with armor for 20 Niu, Cai Hongming planned to build a house in the town, but was delayed because of something. After having time, Zhu Shengjing started construction again and had no time to take care of Giling. So, he invited someone to come and build the house and let Mom supervise. With Mom's personality that doesn't tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes, I believe the quality of the house should not be bad. Besides, the people who came to do the construction were the villagers who moved out of Kilian village before, old acquaintances, and they should not dare to mess around. Cai Hongming wanted to wait for a while before decorating the house because he wanted to demolish the old house over there by the barbecue stall and build a 3-story antique building. But in this way, his funds were a bit tight. Half of the more than 10 million yuan he had earned from selling the black jade Guandi statue had been spent, and he was afraid that it would not be enough. So his own house had to be delayed. Back in Giling, Cai Hongming parked the car in the rough house and took Shiwana's hand and went home. Although they were already an old couple, Shiwana still felt shy, but she didn't resist. There was no study today. Yaya held her head high and strolled on the street with the big rooster. When she saw someone taking pictures, she posed beautifully for people to take pictures. But when she heard people asking her to move aside and take pictures of the rooster, she was immediately unhappy. She pouted and held the rooster and said, "This is my rooster. You can't just let people take pictures." In fact, she just wanted people to take pictures of her. Helpless, the photographer had to take pictures of her and the rooster together. Cai Hongming was busy taking care of everything in Zhu Shengjing recently and didn't go back to Gilang very often. He hadn't fed the rooster Yuchin liquid for a while, but the rooster didn't stop growing because of this. It got bigger and bigger. Now it looks tall and mighty. From head to toe, it is at least 80 centimeters and weighs more than 10 pounds, which makes people in the town dumbfounded. They all asked Ma Luanfeng what secrets she had for feeding chickens. But as a person, she would naturally not say that she knew nothing, so she made up a story that the chicken had been fed with precious medicinal materials such as ginseng, Korean ginseng, Cordyceps sinensis, Cistanche desicicula, and beef and mutton, since it was a child, so it grew so big. The people in the town believed it, and thought so too. It would be unfair if the chickens didn't grow up after feeding them so many good herbs. When Cai Hongming and Shiwan walked to the door of their house, Ye saw them and rushed over happily, calling auntie. The big rooster also ran over to greet Cai Hongming in a friendly manner, and then walked forward with his chest puffed out proudly. The hero sign that he had hung on its chest as a joke had faded, but it was still hung on its body. It swung its arm as it walked, looking very cool. It was still early, and the barbecue stall was not open. Cai Hongsheng and Su Kancheng were standing at the counter playing with their mobile phones, while Song Na was surfing the internet. There were 3 people in the barbecue stall now, which was very relaxed. So they usually started working at 3 o'clock, and the work was very fast, and they could open the stall around 5 o'clock. Originally, Cai Hongming wanted to give the barbecue stall here to Cai Hongsheng, and let Su Kancheng go to Wu Wei to open a branch. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. I feel that I should first improve the barbecue stall in Ginong before expanding it. After all, this is my own barbecue business, and it is the main store. I can't be so sloppy, so I came up with the idea of demolishing the old house of the barbecue stall and building a new one. After a few days of not coming back, the house on the barbecue stall site has been demolished, and the foundation has been laid, and the concrete piles are almost poured. However, these did not interfere with the normal business of the barbecue stall. Anyway, they didn't open until around 5 o'clock. At that time, the construction workers were almost off work, and they covered the construction site with canvas, so nothing could be seen. As soon as Shiwana came back, she took Ye to talk to her cousin. Liu Zhang's friends hadn't arrived yet, and Cai Hongming had nothing to do, so he went inside to get a cup, took out the so-called worm tea pulled out by a small white worm from the cave paradise in the jade tripod, and planned to let his father, who had been influenced by tea for a long time, try it to see how it tasted. If it's good, package it and sell it online. This is another way to make money, and it's a business with no capital, and the profit is amazing. The brewed worm tea was golden in color in the glass, and the aroma of the tea was so fragrant that people couldn't help but want to drink a sip. However, when Cai Hongming thought that this was the shit of the little white worm, he felt something was wrong. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the cup, he didn't know how to tell his father about this. Silence. Luanfeng didn't know where she had gone. She ran and panting outside, her mouth was dry. When she saw the worm tea brewed by Cai Hongming on the table, she grabbed it and drank it all in one gulp. Cai Hongming was dumbfounded. After drinking the tea, seeing her son staring at the cup, Luanfeng was immediately unhappy. Why? I raised you with my own shit and urine, so I can't drink a cup of tea from you. No. Cai Hongming hurriedly explained. Mom, I want to ask you how it tastes. He swallowed his saliva and decided not to tell his mother that this tea was actually the shit of the worm, otherwise he would probably be finished. Luanfeng licked his lips, and the aftertaste was fragrant, not bad. It's much better than the 500 yuan tea your dad brews. What tea is better than mine? Cai Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, didn't want to pay attention to her, but when he heard her say that, he was immediately unhappy, because the 500 yuan tea was his favorite. I don't know where your son bought the tea from, but it tastes much better than the one you brew. Cai Xiao heard it and said disdainfully, you also know how to drink tea. Then he asked Cai Hongming to brew a cup to try. Cai Hongming didn't go out either. He pretended to take out a worm tea from his pocket, put it in a cup, and boiled it with boiling water, and then poured a cup into the cup in front of his father. Cai Xiao picked it up and smelled it, suddenly opened his slightly narrowed eyes, took a sip, then stirred it in his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. The tea went straight into his stomach. The fragrance was really wonderful. Good tea. Cai Xiao praised loudly. This tea is good. It contains Ganoderma lucidum and Cordyceps sinensis. The price should be very expensive. There are Cordyceps sinensis and Ganoderma lucidum in it. Luanfeng stared and asked in disbelief. You know, Cordyceps sinensis is very expensive. Only a fool would mix it with tea leaves to make tea. What else do you think? Why didn't I taste it? Luanfeng quickly picked up the cup, drank it in one gulp, licked her lips, and felt that there was really the taste of Cordyceps sinensis and Ganoderma lucidum. Cai Xiao rolled his eyes at his wife's gulping. Hongming, where did you buy this tea? I asked a friend to buy it for me. He said it was a good thing and the price was not expensive. I still have 2 boxes here. You can take it and drink it. Cai Hongming packed some of the worm tea he picked up earlier in an iron box for packaging tea leaves. There were about 20 tea leaves in a box. Now seeing that his mother and father liked it, he took out 2 boxes for them. It's not that he didn't want to give more, but he was afraid that, if he gave too much, his mother would give it away casually. Although these are the poop of the little white worms eating tea leaves and Ganoderma lucidum, they are not very rare, but they are good things after all, and good things should not be wasted. Luanfeng saw the 2 boxes of worm tea her son took out, opened them and smelled the fragrance of tea, and took a deep breath and felt intoxicated. This good thing can't be left here for people to brew, so she took it into the house and carefully collected it. Cai Hongming was speechless after seeing it. His original intention was not to let his mother give it away casually, so he gave her 2 boxes, but he didn't expect her to keep it as a treasure. It will be difficult for his father to drink this tea in the future. Chapter 23, Cruel. Liu Zong's comrade didn't arrive in Guilin until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Cai Hongming went to pick him up. He felt that he was quite handsome, although he was a little bit worse than him, but it was still a pity such a good man had a lame leg. He took the luggage from his hand and called a tricycle to go back. In fact, Guilin bus station was only about 1,000 meters away from his home, but he had to hire a car just to take care of him. Liu Zong's comrade was called Sushi. When he heard this surname, Cai Hongming was very surprised. Is there such a surname in China? So he checked it on the internet, and he didn't expect it to be true. According to Liu Zhang, there was also a person named Lang Tuj in their army. The two of them together were the reincarnation of Bao Gong. They arrived soon. After getting off the car, Cai Hongming put his things casually and took him to see his father. "Dad, this is my friend. His leg is a little injured. Can you take a look?" The saying "old ginger is spicy" is not just a casual remark. Although Cai Hongming can treat, it is not wrong. In terms of experience in bone setting, massage and healing, he is far behind his father. No matter what, the old man has walked more roads than him and has rich experience, which he cannot compare with. Treating patients is the duty of doctors, and since he is his son's friend, Cai Xianxiao helped to see without saying a word. What a pity. Cai Xianxiao looked at the film taken of the university scholar's leg injury and shook his head and said, "If you come earlier, your leg may be cured, but now the injured joint has almost grown. Unless it breaks again, it will be like this." Hearing his words, the university scholar breathed quickly and became excited and asked, "Uncle, can my leg really be restored to normal?" "It can be, but it will be too painful to break it again, and I don't recommend you to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, the university scholar stretched one leg under the sofa. He bent it hard. He actually broke his lame leg. "Are you crazy?" Cai Xianxiao looked at it and shouted suddenly. Cai Hongming was also dumbfounded. This guy was too cruel. Beads of sweat rolled down the scholar's head. He heard what Cai Xianxiao said. He endured the pain and grinned. "It's okay. As long as my uncle can heal my leg, this little pain is nothing. I would have cured you, even if you didn't tell me, but you are too reckless. If you break it in the wrong place, it will not only not help your injury, but will make it worse." "Dad, he has fainted," Cai Hongming next to him kindly reminded. Cai Xianxiao turned around and saw that the scholar had fainted on the ground with a pale face. He couldn't help but shouted to Cai Hongming angrily, "Then what are you still standing there for? Why don't you carry him into the house?" This old man took his anger out on him, but who made him someone else's son? He had no choice but to carry the scholar to the bed inside. After putting it away, he quietly took out the dragon tiger intermittent ointment that he had prepared a while ago from the blessed land in the jade tripod and handed it to his father. "This thing is helpful for the university scholar's leg injury, and it can recover as soon as possible without any future troubles." "Dad, this is the dragon tiger intermittent ointment, which can promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, connect tendons and bones, and has a very good effect on tendon and bone injuries. You can use it." Dragon tiger intermittent ointment? When Cai Xianxiao heard the name of the ointment, his face became strange for some reason. He quickly opened the lid of the porcelain jar containing the ointment and gently tapped a little ointment from the inside with his little finger and applied it on his hand. A cool feeling penetrated into the bones and then became hot. "Did you get this ointment recipe from your grandfather?" "There are quite a few words," Cai Xianxiao asked. "How do you know?" Cai Hongming's eyes widened when he heard it. "Didn't grandpa say that those books would not be given to others easily? How did dad know?" Cai Xianxiao chuckled. "Who doesn't know your grandpa's ability to hide things? I remember one time, he hid money under the urine bucket. One day, the urine bucket broke, and he ran to take it out, but the money was all wet. Is he still keeping this book on plasters on the bedside? You have seen it." Cai Hongming's eyes almost popped out. "Who hasn't seen it?" Cai Xianxiao said disdainfully. "Didn't grandpa say that no one can read it? If he doesn't let us read it, wouldn't we find it and read it ourselves when he's not at home? Then your second uncle has also seen it." "Of course he has seen it, otherwise where would he get that skill? It's just the plaster recipe and technique he saw in the book. I just didn't expect you to be able to make such a good intermittent plaster. Your second uncle and I have also made it before, but the effect was not very good. It seems that you do have some talent in making plasters." "Of course," Cai Hongming said proudly with his chest puffed out. "This is made by boiling medicine since childhood." Of course, he wouldn't say that he actually used leaves and grass roots to make plasters when he was a child. The pride of a son is also the pride of his father. Cai Xianxiao asked him to keep some of the intermittent ointment and told him to make more life-saving ointments before driving him out to avoid being in the way. Cai Hongming saw what he was doing and walked out. "I haven't eaten bread for a long time, so I want to buy some to relive it. Feeling Kina Bakery is still as quiet as before. As soon as Cai Hongming walked in, he heard the notes floating in the air, which made people feel warm and at home. Perhaps she had finished everything. Xinjin Rao sat at the counter with a book and read it quietly. She was calm and comfortable, like a living landscape painting. When the doorbell rang, she looked up and found that it was Cai Hongming, so she nodded and said hello. Are you there? Well, how come you have time to come here today? Didn't I hear that you have contracted another 2,000 acres of desert land and are developing it? Xinjin Rao asked. Needless to say, these must have been revealed by his talkative mother. Otherwise, with her never leaving the house personality, she would not care about these at all. It's almost done. I'm going out for a walk today. As he spoke, Cai Hongming picked up the bread, and soon he picked up a bunch of bread and came to pay the bill. Can you finish so much? I have a lot of friends over there. I'll take it back for them to try. Seeing him say this, Xinjin Rao didn't say anything else and buried her head in counting the money. Cai Hongming wanted to pay the bill, but suddenly he felt someone pulling his clothes. He turned around and saw that the little brat Yaya had run in at some point. What are you doing? Cai Hongming asked unhappily. This little brat must be up to no good. Sure enough, she said, I want to eat ice cream. It's so cold now, why eat ice cream? Wait until summer. I want ice cream. Yaya let go of the hand that was pulling his clothes and said with her hands on her hips. Chapter 24 Silage. Cai Hongming looked helplessly at the little kid, who hadn't fully grown hair in front of him. She seemed to be born at odds with him. After leaving a bad impression on her at the station, she had a lot of opinions about him, even though he saved her life. Now she is even more arrogant and glaring at him because of the love of her family. But there is no way. Who makes her a treasure in everyone's eyes? This little girl has no ability, but she is sweet-mouthed. When she meets an old person, she calls him grandpa and grandma. When she meets a middle-aged person, she calls him uncle and aunt. And when she meets a young person, she calls him brother and sister. Everyone on this street likes her very much. When she goes out to buy things, she never has to pay. People will automatically give them to her. That's why she eats so much, comparable to Shiwana when she was a child. I don't know if it will be another fat woman, Cai Hongming thought with malice. He has no way to deal with this little girl. He can't scold her, and he can't beat her. I guess if he has this idea, he will be scolded to death by the neighbors. If she made any move and cried, her mother would kill her without anyone else's help. Unable to deal with the little guy, Cai Hongming had to ask for help from Xinjin Rao and asked, do you sell ice cream here? Then he shook his head at her, indicating that she said no. Seeing that he was such a big man, but he couldn't do anything with a child, Xinjin Rao laughed secretly and said, who would sell ice cream to in such a cold day? We haven't sold it for a long time. But we have bear biscuits. Do you want some? Yeah? Hearing that there was no ice cream she liked, but only bear biscuits, Yaya frowned and stirred her hands. Hesitant, Cai Hongming said quickly, in fact, bear biscuits taste good, and there are many ways to eat them, such as soaking them in water, adding honey, stirring them into a paste, and eating them with a spoon. The taste is definitely better than ice cream. You can also use them to feed roosters, and roosters will definitely like to eat bear biscuits. Yaya, who was still hesitating whether to eat bear biscuits, became nervous when she heard him talk about the alternative way to eat bear biscuits. When she heard that her favorite rooster also liked to eat them, she nodded and agreed. At this time, the door of the bakery was opened. Shiwana walked in. Auntie. When Yaya saw her, she immediately pounced on her and complained pettily, Auntie, my uncle is so stingy that he doesn't even buy me ice cream. So stingy. Let's go and beat him up. Shiwana picked up Yaya and went over to beat Cai Hongming. Cai Hongming pretended to cry out in pain, but Shiwana rolled her eyes at him. But Shiwana said again, Yaya, you can't eat ice cream in such a cold weather, otherwise you will have a stomachache. If you have a stomachache, you can't eat delicious food. What should you do then? Yaya answered very readily at this time, then I won't eat it. Eat bear biscuits. Auntie, let me tell you, there are many ways to eat bear biscuits. She turned to Shiwana and said what Cai Hongming had just said to her. It was as if she already knew it. Cai Hongming glanced at Shen Jinrao, who was laughing secretly beside him, and he had nothing to say to this little brat. After leaving the bakery and returning home, his father had already treated the university scholar's leg injury and fixed it with plaster, and the university scholar had also woken up. He was lying on the bed watching TV, awake. "Well, I'll have to trouble you for a while," the college student thanked. "No need to be so polite. Liu Zong's friends are my friends, and you will be my employee in the future. It's normal to be nice to employees. You will live here for a while and come back when your leg is healed. I'll let Liu Zong come to take care of you tomorrow." "No need, I can do it myself." "How can that be? Your leg injury is not a trivial matter. You can't move it casually. If the bone is dislocated, your pain of broken bones will be in vain." Hearing what Cai Hongming said, the university scholar did not refuse anymore. Besides, he was unfamiliar with the place, and it would be good for Liu Zong to come and talk to someone. Cai Hongming and Shiwana did not go back at night, but stayed here overnight. Cai Hongsheng, Song Na and his parents were already living in the house, and now the university scholar and his wife lived there, so the house was suddenly tight. Cai Hongming didn't want to decorate the newly built house, but now it seems that he has to decorate it. Otherwise, if relatives come to visit and stay overnight during the new year, it will be embarrassing if there is no place for them to stay. So, the next day he found a reputable decoration company in the county, asked them to design it, and sent the drawings to him, and then they would make a decision through video, so as to avoid the trouble of running back and forth. After finishing the business, he took Shiwana to buy an off-road vehicle. Although his modified muscle car was easy to use, it consumed fuel, and it was not good looking for a girl to drive that kind of car, so he bought her a Wrangler that could run in the desert. After buying the car and a lot of other things, Cai Hongming and Shiwana each drove a car back to Zhengzhou. Back to the farm, I saw Liu Zong driving a harvester busy on the cornfield from a distance. He drove the machine alone to harvest corn stalks and crush them into the big truck next to him. Then, the truck would transport the full crushed corn stalks to the warehouse for compaction by equipment, and then store them in the closed warehouse that had been prepared long ago. Under the condition of closed oxygen deficiency, the lactic acid bacteria carried by the green straw will use the sugar contained in the straw to grow and reproduce, produce lactic acid, and inhibit the reproduction of other bacteria, so as to achieve the long-term preservation of the nutrients in the straw. The ensiled straw still retains the green, soft, and juicy characteristics of fresh straw, and has a kind of fermented wine aroma, which can stimulate the appetite of livestock and significantly improve the digestibility. Seeing that everyone was busy, Cai Hongming did not go back, but drove the car aside, and got out to watch. Fortunately, we use machinery now. If we use manpower to harvest like before, it is estimated that it may not be possible to harvest such a large cornfield in 2 weeks. After this cornfield and sweet potatoes are harvested, we don't have to worry about livestock having no feed to eat, and we don't have to spend money to buy it outside. We can be self-sufficient. If it is in the south, we can plant another season of wheat after harvesting this season. Unfortunately, the weather in October in the northwest is like the cold winter in the south. Let alone planting wheat, everything will die. It seems that we can only wait until next year. This year, the rice was planted late, so there is no way to plant another season of wheat or something. If we plant rice early in the spring next year, we can plant a season of wheat for livestock feed. In addition, the livestock seedlings will grow on their own in the future, and almost everything on the farm will be self-sufficient, and there is no need to buy anything from outside. After all, except for wages and a little consumption, it is basically all profit. Thinking about it, Cai Hongming smiled happily. "Brother Hong, you bought a new car. It looks good, but I still like yours. This is a man's mount. It's a pity that I don't have money, otherwise I would get one too." Liu Zong took advantage of the break and ran over to talk to Cai Hongming. There is only one truck on the farm, and he has nothing to do after the truck transports things over. "Don't worry, you will have money soon, and then I will ask someone to modify one for you." "Really, thank you, Brother Hong." Liu Zong likes Cai Hongming's domineering off-road vehicle modified from an armored vehicle the most. When he heard him say that, he almost kowtowed to thank him. "You're welcome." By the way, your comrade is receiving treatment at my house now and can't move around. You can go over there tomorrow and stay there to take care of him. When his leg gets better, come back together. I'll pay you the salary anyway, but I have to drive a harvester to harvest sweet potatoes tomorrow and I can't leave. Let someone else drive it. You're not the only one who can drive a harvester. Well, I'll go over there early tomorrow morning. After talking for a while, the truck came again, and Liu Zhang got busy again. Cai Hongming also drove away. After parking the car inside and looking at the warehouse, he saw several people in the warehouse were busy using machines to compact the crushed corn stalks brought in by the trucks and then transported them to the closed warehouse for storage. If well preserved, such silage can be stored for about 2 years, but it shouldn't be stored that long on the farm because it was eaten up long ago. Cai Hongming looked at the piles of silage transported to the warehouse and calculated the output. If it is enough, he plans to raise more yaks next year, because it takes at least 2 years for a yak to be sold after it is born, and he wants to keep some for breeding. There are not many yaks left to sell, so he has to raise as many as possible so that he can make more money from the sales. In addition to yaks, he also wants to raise sheep and chickens, which are necessary for his barbecue restaurant. Raising them himself does not require buying them from others, which can save some costs. However, these are things for next year. Chapter 25, Harvest Season. The next day, Liu Zhang drove the Wrangler that Cai Hongming bought for his wife to Geelong early in the morning. The newly bought car needs to be driven for a while so that the parts of the car can be run in and the service life of the car can be extended. Cai Hongming asked him to go to Liu to replace the glass when he arrived at the county. Sometimes the wind and sand in the desert are very strong, and the rolled up stones can sometimes break the glass windows when they hit the windows. Just in case, it is better to replace them with bulletproof glass. Today we have to harvest sweet potatoes, and we use a sweet potato harvester to harvest sweet potatoes. It is still very troublesome to harvest sweet potatoes, unlike harvesting corn, which is all done by machines. When harvesting sweet potatoes, we must first cut off the sweet potato vines on them. This requires manpower. Cai Hongming followed the work for a whole morning, and was tired with backache. Although martial artists have good bodies, they can't stand the tossing of bending over to cut sweet potato vines for a whole morning. So he was too tired to move in the afternoon and sat aside to rest. However, the sweet potato vines have been harvested, so there is nothing to do. All we need to do is use the sweet potato harvester to harvest them and put them on the truck to transport them to the warehouse. Because it was virgin land, the sweet potatoes harvested this year were not very big, at least not as big as the sweet potato that won the Guinness World Record. They were all around 5 or 6 pounds. Liu Zhang left, Pan Heyman took over his stick to drive the sweet potato harvester, and Chen Dashan was driving the truck. The remaining few people had nothing to do and suddenly had an idea to build a mud nest to offer sweet potatoes. So, they built a mud nest on the land where the sweet potatoes had been harvested, and finally built a mud nest that was more than 1 person tall, which made Cai Hongming not know what to say. How many sweet potatoes can be baked in such a high mud nest? These guys are tossing around. You know, the sweet potatoes just dug out of the soil are full of water and not very sweet. They have to be left for a while to let the water inside disappear so that they are delicious. But it is obvious that they don't mind eating sweet potatoes that are not sweet. Seeing them doing this, Cai Hongming got an idea. He ran to the rice field and caught a few fat crucian carps. After killing them, he did not remove the scales, gills or internal organs. He marinated them with ginger, garlic salt, soy sauce and vinegar. After marinating, he cut a palm leaf and wrapped it. He covered it with a layer of mud. He put it in the earthen nest and roasted it. This was not enough. After finishing, he ran to catch 2 fat hens raised by Uncle Fu. After killing them, he stuffed various medicinal materials into their stomachs and then sewed their butts with a needle. Wrap them with palm leaves, cover them with mud and roast them together. Uncle Fu was also excited when he watched from the side. He went to the ostrich and took out an ostrich egg for him to help roast. The taste of ostrich eggs made of natural food and water diluted jade toad liquid is different from chicken eggs and duck eggs. It has a unique grass fragrance. Silly Afu will never forget it after eating it once. If Cai Hongming did not disagree, he would probably want to eat ostrich eggs every day. Seeing him holding the ostrich egg and looking at him eagerly, Cai Hongming had nothing to say and had to help roast it. Roasting eggs is a little more troublesome, and you can't put them in directly. If you do this, the eggs will explode when they are cooked, and the things inside will spray out. You have to wrap them with a layer of hard clay first, and then cover them with a layer of paste like mud, to wrap them layer by layer. Cai Hongming had too many things to roast, and the earthen nest that Li Chun and others built, which was more than one person high, couldn't hold them all, so he built one himself, and burned it next to it. The earthen nest he built was different from theirs. They were all built with large pieces of soil, with a flat top, and a large pot was placed on top to burn. In the pot were mushrooms, golden needle flowers, bacon, dried fish, mustard greens and other miscellaneous things, to make a mixed stew. When the things below were roasted, the stew in the pot was also ready. The stew smelled fragrant, and the roasted fat hens, fat crucian carp, and ostrich eggs were also delicious. At noon, the group of people had a big appetite, and were full of these. However, not many people ate the sweet potatoes roasted in the earthen nests that Li Chun and others built. The main reason was that the newly unearthed sweet potatoes were full of water and not sweet at all. Moreover, there were many good things in front of Cai Hongming, such as roasted hens, crucian carp, ostrich eggs, and stews. Eating those made people feel tasteless. It took 3 full days to harvest more than 200 acres of sweet potatoes. Finally, Cai Hongming looked at the warehouse full of sweet potatoes and realized that he was not good enough. He originally thought that 1 acre of sweet potatoes would yield at most 1 or 2,000 catties, but he didn't expect that after applying fertilizer and watering with yuchan liquid, the yield per acre was about 5,000 catties. What is the concept? If 1 acre yields 5,000 catties, then 250 acres would yield 1.25 million catties. In the past, he thought that apart from selling some of the sweet potatoes at the barbecue stall, the rest would be kept as livestock feed. Now he found that it was impossible. With so many sweet potatoes, the ostriches and yaks at home could not eat them all, even if they ate them day and night, not to mention that these livestock could not eat all of them. Cai Hongming scratched his head. It seemed that he had to think of another way. In fact, there was already a mature method in his hometown. That is to make the excess sweet potatoes into sweet potato flour, and then process the sweet potato flour into vermicelli, and vermicelli slices. The dried sweet potatoes can also be processed into sweet potato chips, which taste good. This requires buying a batch of machinery. This is not in the plan, but seeing the warehouse full of sweet potatoes, he had no choice but to do so. Buying sweet potato machinery is not to buy it whenever you want. You also have to look at the quality and compare prices. His wife had nothing to do at home, so Cai Hongming handed this great task to her. He just had to wait for her to contact the manufacturer and then go over to take a look. After the sweet potatoes were harvested, the rice was harvested next. The rice fields were full of water. Before harvesting, the water had to be drained, and the fish and loaches raised in the fields had to be caught. The weather was getting colder, and the crucian carp and loaches raised in the rice fields had all burrowed into the mud, making them difficult to catch. But Cai Hongming had a way. He took some sweet potatoes, boiled them, mashed them, and used the jade toad liquid to make a paste, and then poured it into the rice field, where a gap had been cut out. The crucian carp and loach in the field rushed over frantically. Pan Heyman and others on the side were amazed, but they didn't hesitate to pick up the net and scoop them up. Those fish didn't like to eat sweet potatoes, but they liked the jade toad liquid that stirred the sweet potatoes. The jade toad liquid was formed by the jade tripod absorbing the essence of the bright moon, and the spiritual energy was condensed. It would be strange if those fish didn't like it, so when they smelled the smell, they immediately pounced on it. After a while, a bunch of crucian carp were caught. On the ground next to them, Cai Hongming had someone spread 2 large pools with canvas. Nets of loach and crucian carp were caught and put down from the rice field. After a while, the pools were full and fish could be seen swimming everywhere. Cai Hongming had already contacted the fish collectors and came to collect the fish in the afternoon. Fortunately, the fishmonger from Ginnan County knew him. If anyone else had asked him to come to the desert to collect fish, they would have thought he was crazy. In the afternoon, the fishmonger drove over. When he saw the temporary fish pond that Cai Hongming had set up with canvas on the side, he realized that he had brought too few cars to collect the fish. He quickly called someone from the county to rush over. It took until midnight to transport all the fish away. Nowadays, the price of local wild loaches on the market is about 28 yuan per catty, and non-wild ones range from 10 to 20 yuan. The loaches that Cai Hongming raised in the rice fields are good. They look similar to local loaches, and the taste is the same. However, the fishmonger still lowered the price by a few yuan, and charged him 24 yuan. Because they are mixed with crucian carp, only more than 80 catties of loaches are collected per mu, which is less than 800,000 yuan. But crucian carp people don't care whether they are wild or not. As long as they are alive, they charge 5 yuan per catty. The crucian carp brought in a little more money, a total of more than 1.7 million yuan, and the two types together brought in more than 2.5 million yuan. This year's hard work was not in vain. However, Cai Hongming still felt a little bit at a disadvantage because crucian carp was too cheap. It seems that he will have to change something to raise next year. After catching the fish in the rice fields and draining the water, they began to harvest the rice. Harvesting rice is the most convenient, and no manpower is required. As long as people drive the machinery, it will be fine. However, even so, Cai Hongming and his team were still busy for nearly a week before they dried all the harvested rice and stored it in the warehouse. Next, they waited for free time to grind the dried rice into rice, pack it, and then find a place to sell it. Because the rice is a new variety, the yield is very high, more than 1,000 catties per mu, and a total of nearly 500,000 catties were harvested. There are so many. If nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that Cai Hongming will not be able to eat them all in his lifetime. But he did not think of just keeping them for himself, but also planned to sell them. He already has a plan in mind. When the new store in the county is built, he will sell sweet potato porridge, rice and noodles during the day, and barbecue at night. Next to the store, he will open a specialty store for zhanging products, so that he can form a one-stop production and sales chain, and sell his own products. If the taste is good, he will not have to worry about not being able to sell the things here in the future, but will have to worry about not having anything to sell. PS. There is a chapter above that says Cai and Xiao, which should be Cai and Fu, but it is wrong. Cai and Xiao is the second uncle. At the end of the year, I realized that I did nothing this year. All the things I had planned were ruined. I had to do some temporary rescue. So I'm very busy and tired, but I will still set aside some time to write. Thank you for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 26 Zha Hao Kungang. The vastness of the desert is unimaginable if you have never been there. Every time Cai Hongming drives over this yellow sand, he always feels a kind of throbbing that is shocked by his soul. It is a speechless feeling, just like when you see or hear something that touches you, your whole body trembles and you get goosebumps, and you can't tell it. It is autumn again, and it is time for plateau herders to sell livestock. At this time, the cattle and sheep are well fed in spring and summer, and they are full of fat, so they are the most valuable when sold. After this season, the weather turns cold, and the fat bodies of cattle and sheep will become thinner and thinner in order to resist the cold, so it is not cost effective to sell them. These are the little thoughts of the herders, which are not worth mentioning. After the sweet potatoes and rice are harvested, the fields in Zhanging are plowed again, and the fertilizers made of cow and ostrich manure and other miscellaneous materials that have long been piled in the corners are applied, and then covered with plastic greenhouses to prepare for planting vegetables. It is only October now, and it is still early before the spring festival, so it is just right to plant a season of vegetables. If you plant fast-growing vegetables, you can plant 2 seasons. Now everyone is helping to build plastic greenhouses to grow vegetables. Cai Hongming originally wanted to go to the herdsman to collect cattle and sheep, but Jidong said that a comrade in arms happened to be in the Tibetan area, so he followed. Turn left at the intersection ahead. Jidong directed from the car. Although this desert truck was bought second-hand from Tuobren, it is of good quality and durable. It has been used for so long without any problems. Cai Hongming was thinking about whether to buy another one later, just one, because he was a little too busy in Zhengzheng. Besides, it is not expensive, only 80,000 with complete procedures. Anyone who doesn't buy it is a fool. A while ahead of the fork in the road is a bumpy dirt road. Sitting in the car, you can feel the bumps of the road. After a while, we finally arrived at our destination, a small village with a mixture of loess mud and brick and stone houses. After parking the car, Jidong carried the things he brought and got off the car with Cai Hongming and walked towards the village. Jidong's comrade in arms is called Zhao Kungang. He had met this man before he was admitted to the special forces. He was very caring towards him in the army. After he retired from the army, he went home to drive and wrestle wild products from the mountains. He lived a good life. Jidong came to visit his family 2 years ago and found that his family had built a building. Jidong walked to the building of his comrade in arms' house. Seeing that the door was closed, he went forward and knocked on the door and shouted, "Zhao, Zhao, I'm Jidong. Are you there? Open the door." After calling a few times, no one opened the door. Jidong didn't find it strange, so he picked up his phone and called. He had saved his comrade in arms' mobile phone number the last time he came here, but when he called it, he heard a voice saying this number is invalid. Please check before calling. Who are you looking for? Just when he was at a loss, an old man came over from the side. Old man, we are here to look for Zhao Kungang. I'm his comrade in arms. Is he not at home? Jidong asked hurriedly. It's Zhao's kid. That kid is so pitiful. He had no parents since he was a child, and he grew up with his grandfather. Later, he became successful. He made money and married a good wife, but his grandfather who raised him passed away. To make matters worse, he had a car accident last year and even sold his house. Poor him. The old man nags a lot, and Jidong listens to him, and his eyes widen suddenly. Car accident? Sell the house. Otherwise, where will the money come from for treatment? The old man said unhappily, and took the two to Zhao Kungang's house. Here, this is it, you go by yourselves. He looked at the house. The old man sighed, and shook his head, turned around and left. Jidong looked at the earthen house in front of him, which was cracked, and it was hard to imagine. I remember that it was still fine when I came back 2 years ago. How could it become like this in the blink of an eye? I was anxious for a moment and wanted to find Zhao Kungang to ask clearly, so I walked in quickly. There was a small courtyard inside, which was quite tidy. There are 2 bedrooms and a living room. The right side is the kitchen and dining area, and the left side is the toilet and storage for sundries. Several rooms take up a lot of space, and there is no empty space. Jidong was anxious and walked into the house without looking carefully. There was no one in the hall, so he went straight into the house, not afraid of being beaten to death if he went to the wrong place. When he arrived at the next room, when he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were filled with tears and almost cried. In the small room, Zhao Kungang was lying on the bed motionless, and a beautiful little girl next to him was reading a picture book to him. He didn't expect that the generous man who played and laughed with him in the army would end up like this. Zhao Kungang, lying on the bed, was only half paralyzed, and the rest of his body was fine. While listening to his daughter reading, he suddenly felt someone coming in. He turned his head and saw that it was Jidong, so he smiled and greeted, "Adong, you are here. Zhao, how did you become like this?" Jidong couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they all flowed out. Nothing, just bad luck. When the car was on the road, someone suddenly ran out. In order to avoid him, I braked too quickly, and the wheels slipped and fell to the side. I broke several ribs, legs, and spine. That's it. I was lucky to save my life. Zhao Kungang said with a smile. Although he was smiling, Jidong could feel the bitter tears and silent sadness hidden in his face. A man who used to be the head of the family and the pillar of the family suddenly went from taking care of others to being taken care of by others. This is not something that anyone can bear, let alone his comrade in arms with a strong self-esteem. It is probably more painful than killing him now. Hongming, help him. Jidong said to Cai Hongming, and then said to Zai Hao Kung Gang, this is Hongming. His family specializes in treating bone injuries. Let him help you check the situation. How about it? Zai Hao Kung Gang pulled his face and wanted to say that it was not necessary at all. His spine was broken, not a minor injury that could be easily cured. But in the end he didn't say it because he couldn't refuse his friend's kindness. Cai Hongming walked up to him, lifted the quilt covering him, and prepared to take off his clothes. At this time, the little girl who had been listening to them quietly beside him suddenly rushed over and shouted, "You can't take off my dad's clothes." Suddenly there was a noise outside, and a haggard woman ran in a panic. She was relieved when she saw that Zai Hao Kung Gang was fine. "Gaga, what's wrong?" the woman asked her daughter who was hugging her father tightly. Gaga means cute and beloved in Tibetan, which shows how much the mother loves her daughter. He wants to take off dad's clothes, so dad will catch a cold. Gaga pointed at Cai Hongming angrily and said, "Gaga, uncle is helping dad with his illness. It's okay." Zai Hao Kung Gang touched his daughter's head and introduced to the woman, "Doako, it's Jidong who's here. You've met him. This is his friend Hongming. Jidong, you haven't been here for 2 years. Gaga has forgotten you. Remember you hugged her before. Gaga, call uncle." Gaga was so shy that she hid behind her mother and didn't dare to come out. Cai Hongming realized that he was indeed a little confused. It would take more than a short time to check the wound. Zai Hao Kung Gang is now half paralyzed. If he gets sick again because of a cold, it will be terrible. After thinking about it, he wanted to take him to Zhou for treatment. After all, the environment there is better, and it is convenient to use medicine. As for sending him to his father's place, there is no need. Liu Zhang and his comrade in arms, the university scholar, are already there. The house can't accommodate so many people, so there's no need to bother. Besides, he believes in his medical skills. It can be said that he is better than his father. Even his father may not be better than him. Zai Hao Kung Gang shook his head after hearing Cai Hongming's suggestion. He knew that his injury was incurable, and he didn't want to suffer anymore, but he couldn't resist the advice of his comrades. In addition, he heard that his shoulder was originally pierced by a bullet and now it has been cured, which gave him a little hope. Who doesn't want to be a healthy person and enjoy life in peace? The desert truck can only seat a few people in the front, and the back is too shaky, so it is not suitable to put Zai Hao Kung Gang in the back. So Cai Hongming asked Li Chun to drive his modified off-road vehicle from Zhou. It was already afternoon when Li Chun drove here, and it would be too late to go back. It is not safe to drive in the desert at night, and Zai Hao Kung Gang's house cannot be inhabited, so they stayed in a nearby town for one night. The next morning, Cai Hongming asked Li Chun to take Zai Hao Kung Gang and his family back. Because Jidong was the only person Zai Hao Kung Gang knew, he asked him to go back with him. He continued to drive to the herdsman to collect cattle and sheep. Chapter 27. Crazy. After walking for a long time, Cai Hongming came to the place where the fairy descended to the earth again, Lasmido. The holy and beautiful Lasmido was still like a virgin hidden in the boudoir, wearing a hazy veil, quietly watching there. There was a light snowfall last night, and when it was illuminated by the sun this morning, it immediately turned into dew to moisten the earth. Some water was evaporated by the heat of the sun, and turned into clouds and mist, which filled the mountains. Walking in it was like walking in a fairyland, floating like a fairy. The scenery of the plateau in late autumn has always been charming, especially after being moistened by snow water. It is even more watery, interpreting the ultimate temptation. Cai Hongming drove to the place where he had parked before, but saw that it had been flattened, and several herdsmen's tents had been set up. The strong yaks were penned in the open space. Seeing the car coming, they were restless. Hearing the sound of the car, several mighty men walked out of the herdsmen's tents, including Songna's father Basam. After Cai Hongming parked the car, he came up to him, gave him a warm hug, and then, together with the others, welcomed him into the herdsman's tent. These herders were from nearby villages, which were actually separated by several hills. they usually had contact with each other. When they heard that Basing's cattle and sheep were sold at a high price, they asked him to help contact the seller. Cai Hongming also knew about this. This was actually a good thing for him. He was not afraid of too many cattle and sheep, but too few. Even if he could not sell them all after buying them, he could keep them on the farm first. He was not a herder, so he was not afraid of losing weight. So he asked Basing to level a piece of land here and let those who wanted to sell cattle and sheep drive their livestock here. Today he also came to see how many cattle and sheep there were, but he did not expect there to be so many. It was really unexpected. But it didn't matter. Anyway, he would take as many as he could. There were several main reasons why these herders were willing to sell cattle and sheep to him. One was that the price he gave was good, and the other was cash transactions. The traders who come to the plateau and mountainous areas to collect cattle and sheep bully the Tibetans because they have no way to sell them. They often lower the price, and sometimes even do not pay, and settle the account after the cattle and sheep are sold. This is basically a business without cost, which makes the Tibetans very angry, but they have no way to deal with it. Now that they know that Basing has such a way, how can they not come over? Sitting in the warm herdsman's tent, drinking butter tea, eating cheese, glutinous rice cakes and carefully roasted lamb, Cai Hongming has become closer to these generous Tibetan men. In the past few years in the northwest, he did not only know how to barbecue and play, but also learned many minority languages. There are all kinds of ethnic groups here. It is impossible to communicate with people without knowing some minority languages. After eating, chatting, and resting for a while, Cai Hongming returned with a full truck of sheep. This is just the first batch, and the rest will be transported in the next few days. It seems that the matter of buying a car has to be done. Otherwise, one truck will not be able to handle it. The car slowly drove forward, and the earlier fog had disappeared, leaving behind the colorful world of the forest in the mountains, dyed by the autumn wind, flashing with dazzling light. However, Cai Hongming did not look closely, but just concentrated on driving. After turning a corner, and not far away, he came out of the dirt road in the mountains, and stepped onto the hard concrete road. At this moment, he suddenly saw several cars in front of him blocking the way. Cai Hongming stopped the car, and leaned out of the window, to ask what was going on. Unexpectedly, a group of people with knives and sticks suddenly rushed out of the car, ran in front of his car, knocked on the car and shouted, get down quickly. Oh, they met robbers. He has been traveling in the northwest for so long, and this is the first time he has encountered such a thing. As the saying goes, the more skilled the person, the more courageous he is. Relying on his kung fu, he was not afraid, so he got out of the car as they said. Someone went to the back of the car to check, and immediately ran to a car, where the leader was sitting, and reported with a low head and a pleasant look. The leader got off the car after hearing this. The fat and fierce man came to Cai Hongming and shouted, you bastard, who gave you the courage to come here to buy cattle and sheep? Don't you know that this is your grandfather's territory? After hearing this, Cai Hongming suddenly realized that it was the cattle and sheep dealer. They always lower the price and force people to buy and sell things here. How can they not be anxious when they see someone coming to steal their business? That's why there is this drama today. When did this become your territory? I haven't heard of it. Cai Hongming said lightly with his hands crossed. You donkey, you dare to talk back. The leader was very angry when he heard it and slapped him. Cai Hongming heard the dirty words he cursed, and his eyes flashed. Then he grabbed the hand that hit him, and twisted it hard. The leader's hand was broken immediately, and he screamed in pain. Ah! Chop this grandson for me. The people holding knives and sticks nearby heard it and rushed over. Cai Hongming threw his head into the crowd, and went straight into the crowd, breaking the tendons, cutting the veins, and dislocating the bones, and attacking quickly and viciously. After a while, a group of people fell to the ground one after another, either spitting white foam, or lying there twitching, and some were holding broken legs and hands, wailing miserably. Martial arts are the art of killing, so those who really practice martial arts will never attack easily, because once they attack, they will hurt people. What is taught in the martial arts halls on the market is not real martial arts at all. At most it is a performance art. Real martial arts, the attack is fierce, and every move is at a critical juncture, and the attack will either kill or injure, just like Cai Hongming. This is also the reason why his grandfather did not give him the ancestral boxing manual before, because he was afraid that he would be violent and hurt others and himself. After knocking these people down, Cai Hongming wanted to move the car away and leave. At this moment, he suddenly felt the danger in his heart, and without saying anything, he rushed to the car next to him. Then, he heard gunshots from behind, and a bullet hit the place where he had just stood. Cai Hongming was sweating coldly when he saw this. Fortunately, he ran fast, otherwise he would be in danger. People who practice martial arts have stronger senses than ordinary people and can detect danger in advance. Some ordinary people can also do this, and practicing martial arts just amplifies this ability. This is the legendary "the cicada knows the wind before it blows." However, that belongs to the high-level interface. Cai Hongming is at a low level and is far from the legendary one. Aren't you good at martial arts? Come out. Let's see whether grandpa's gun is stronger or your fist is stronger. You don't even know how to hit your grandfather. If I don't kill you today, your grandfather's surname will be written backwards. The leader said fiercely, took the gun and shot at the place where Cai Hongming was hiding, causing him to jump to another place in a hurry. After firing a few shots, the pistol was out of bullets. The leader threw the gun away, walked to the trunk of the car blocking the road, grabbed a submachine gun, and continued to shoot, hitting Cai Hongming's truck with holes, and made him hide from place to place, which was very embarrassing. This is not a solution. Cai Hongming saw the stones on the roadside, and an idea came to his mind. He picked up a few pieces. Then he quietly touched the corner of the car, took the stone, and used all his strength to hit the leader. The stone hit the leader's shoulder, and it was immediately bruised. The leader was also ruthless, and he actually injured the pain. He picked up the submachine gun, and fired at the direction where the stone came from. Fortunately, Cai Hongming saw the opportunity and dodged quickly. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Come out. Come out and fight, if you have the guts. Your whole family has been fucked by a donkey. Don't you dare to come out. The leader raised the submachine gun and shouted wildly. Cai Hongming did not respond, but he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Looking left and right, he pressed his body tightly to the ground, quietly got under the car, and then quickly rolled under another car, and went around behind the leader. But the man was still unaware, and continued to yell over there with the submachine gun. Cai Hongming hid behind the car, and looked at the leader. He held the stone tightly, and poured his energy into his hand, veins popping out. He suddenly used all his strength, picked up the stone and hit the back of the head. The man seemed to be aware of it, turned his head, and the stone hit him on the forehead. With a bang, the stone pierced his head. At that moment, white brain matter and red blood flew wildly, and sprayed all over the ground. The people who followed the head on the ground, saw this scene and vomited violently. The matter was so serious, that Cai Hongming couldn't handle it. He hurriedly called his father-in-law. His father-in-law was now the director of the Wu Point Wei City Public Security Bureau. Cheyenne Point ZHU happened to be under his jurisdiction. Who else could he find but him? Dad, something happened now. The country is cracking down on criminals who endanger national security and serious violence. Anyone involved in violent crimes will be severely punished. What's more, a gun was used. As long as a gun is used, the nature of everything becomes different, and it is a submachine gun, which is even worse. So just 20 minutes after Cai Hongming made the call, a large number of police arrived. Soon, the sound of helicopter propellers came from the sky. Then, he saw his father-in-law Shiming coming over surrounded by a group of people. Cai Hongming was relieved to see him. Although he was defending himself, and was not afraid of any accidents, he was worried, because he had heard and seen a lot of the darkness of the government. He felt more at ease when there was an acquaintance. Because it was self-defense, he had nothing to do with it. After some questioning and investigation, he was released. His father-in-law may not have met him for the sake of avoiding suspicion, but when he drove the truck that was riddled with holes by submachine guns halfway, he received a call from his father-in-law, and he scolded that dog-blooded head. After all, he was his father-in-law, the father of his dear wife, so Cai Hongming could only endure it. He didn't know why he scolded him. It wasn't him who wanted to do this. It was the other person who blocked the road and threatened first, and he took action in self-defense later. If he didn't have kung fu, he would have become scum long ago. It seems that practicing martial arts is good. Not to mention bullying others, it is also good to protect yourself. Don't you see how chaotic society is now? He thought that everything that happened today was just a dispute caused by buying and selling, and it would be fine after it passed. In fact, things are far from that simple. When the public security organs checked several other cars, they found a batch of explosives, grenades, and firearms in the car, which was simply a small arsenal. Now the matter escalated, and the Wuyi Public Security Bureau immediately organized a working group to investigate the matter and find out the origin of the guns. The case officers found a clue from the people brought by the leader and found out that the buyer of this batch of arms was actually a terrorist organization in the country preparing for jihad. As a result, the incident escalated again, and the working group hurriedly reported the matter urgently. The relevant departments received the news and launched an investigation overnight and used this clue to eliminate a terrorist organization that had developed in the inland. After obtaining intelligence from the captured people, they also destroyed a terrorist organization base that had been hidden in the border for many years. Cai Hongming's father-in-law Shiming made great contributions in the investigation of this case and was commended by his superiors. It is said that he has the potential for promotion and may be transferred to the province next year. But when Shiming heard the news, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded his son-in-law for this matter, but he didn't expect that he would be promoted because of him. How could he save his face? Should he still have the dignity of a father-in-law? But he would not say such a shameful thing. He found a free time, bought some wine, and went to Cai Fu to drink, and talked about Cai Hongming while drinking. He said that he was a young man who didn't know how to behave, and asked him to help persuade him, and to be more tolerant, and not get angry when people said something unpleasant. The consequences can be imagined. When Cai Hongming returned home, he was scolded by his father. He was confused, and didn't know who he had offended. He probably would never have thought that all these things were caused by his father-in-law. But the old man's thoughts are understandable. Nowadays, many vicious people don't care about you when they do things. They just start with knives and guns. No matter how good your kung fu is, you are afraid of kitchen knives. Not to mention guns. He didn't want his daughter to be a widow at such a young age. This time, he was really worried. If Cai Hongming hadn't been lucky, he would have gone to the west to obtain the scriptures long ago. Chapter 28. Tricks to Sheep. In Zhengzheng, greenhouses are being built at a rapid pace on the sweet potato fields that have been mechanically trimmed. Cai Hongming originally wanted to use plastic film, but after thinking about it, he reluctantly used polycarbonate sheets to build them directly. Because plastic film is not durable, if there is a storm, it will be ruined in an instant. Moreover, sandstorms often occur here in spring, and the wind and sand are all over the sky. If they fly onto the film, it will also be reimbursed, so he decided to use polycarbonate sheets. Although the initial investment is relatively large, it is durable. At least there is no need to worry about it breaking like plastic film. However, this item alone cost him more than 1 million yuan, which is really a waste of money. As he was watching, several off-road vehicles suddenly drove in outside. At first glance, they were all famous brands, either Mercedes-Benz, Hummer, or Land Rover. I don't know where they came from. It seems that he doesn't have such rich friends. Just when he was wondering, the cars came in front of him and stopped. Several middle-aged people, some fat and some thin, got out of the cars. One of them stepped forward and handed over a business card. "Hello, Mr. K. I'm Ma Sufeng from Northwest Livestock Trading Co. Limited. Please take care of me in the future." The next few people also handed over their business cards. One was Tu Rinkio from Wuwei Meat Products Co. Limited. One was Li Kangyang from Wuwei Slaughterhouse. And one was Lulin's Hen from Liangzhou Logistics Park. The aroma of tea wafted through the hall, making people salivate. Now Cai Hongming's family brews worm tea made from the poop of fat worms. Although its origin is shameful and hateful, it tastes really good when brewed. It not only refreshes the mind, but also benefits the body. It is many times better than ordinary tea, so he uses it and saves the cost of buying tea. The LCD TV in the hall is playing news. Cai Hongming doesn't know what these people are doing here. There is nothing to say to them, so he talks to them about the news. Ma Sufeng and others have never drunk this kind of tea before, and it feels really good, but they came here for something, and no matter how good the tea is, it tastes tasteless. After 3 cups of tea, seeing that Cai Hongming was still talking nonsense about disgusting news, Ma Sufeng simply told him the purpose. Mr. K, this time we came here mainly to invite you to join us. We plan to set up a new large-scale livestock trading market to cover the northwest and want to hand over the markets in Gansu and Gilong to you. What do you think? What does this have to do with me? Why did they look for me? Cai Hongming was a little confused when he heard this. Fortunately, he was not a fool. When he thought about what he said about handing over the markets in Gansu and Gilong to me, he immediately understood. The leader who was dealt with by him a few days ago controlled most of the livestock trade in the northwest. This was a piece of fat meat. When he was there, everyone was afraid of his strength and dared not move. But now he is gone. Those who had not dared to move came out like hungry wolves, staring at this piece of fat meat. They wanted to divide it. But when they found out that he was dealt with by Cai Hongming, and that he was the son-in-law of the director of the Wuyi Public Security Bureau, they immediately stopped. Moreover, these people have heard that the director is expected to be promoted to the provincial government next year. He is a powerful figure, so they dare not do anything reckless. However, there is no reason to let go of such a big piece of fat meat in front of them. So Ma Sufeng and others came to ask on behalf of the group of people engaged in livestock trading in the northwest. No matter what the result is, they will not make a wasted trip. Meeting is friendship. Maybe there will be places where they need help in the future, and it is easier to talk to acquaintances. These are all people who have been in the business for most of their lives. Naturally, Cai Hongming, a rookie, cannot understand these human relationships. Cai Hongming sorted out the cause and effect, thought about it, and said carefully, in fact, I have no intention of developing in the livestock trading. You see, there are only a few people here, and I'm too busy. In the past, I saw that the Tibetans in the mountainous areas were oppressed in the trade, and I also needed a little myself, but that's all. I can't handle more. Shiansu Tibetan area, and even the livestock trade in the northwest is a piece of tempting fat meat. It is a lie to say that you don't want to take a bite, but it is important for people to know themselves, to know their own strengths and weaknesses, and not to do things that are not sure. The livestock trade in the northwest is undoubtedly an uncertain thing for him. So many people are watching covetously on the sidelines, and he intervenes. His father-in-law, the director of the Public Security Bureau, dares not say anything because of him, but who knows if there will be any small moves behind. If he gets his father-in-law involved, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Besides, he is not without money, so why bother? When Ma Sufeng and others heard what he said, they immediately said that he didn't need to work. He is just a stacker holder, just waiting to get the money, and they will do the rest. This kind of money is hot, and Cai Hongming dare not take it. Let's not talk about this anymore, but I have something to ask you for help. What is the matter? Tell me, no matter if it means going through fire and water. The one who frowns is my grandson, Li Zhangjiang said on the side. Most of the people in the slaughtering business are rough men, and he is obviously such a person, and he speaks directly. It's not that serious. I just want to ask you to help me buy a few yaks that are relatively strong and big. Because there will be a sheep catching competition in a while. The yaks I have here are newly raised and too small to ride, so I can only trouble you. It's a simple matter. We will find someone to send it to you tomorrow. After chatting for a few more words, Ma Sufeng and others said goodbye and left. After seeing off a few people, Cai Hongming also walked towards the house at the back. Ma Sufeng and others drove away from Zhengzheng, and their faces suddenly relaxed. This trip was a test and a cooperation. They didn't expect it to be so smooth, which made their plans all fall through. They turned around and looked at the gate tower of Zhengzheng. They didn't expect that there were still people who didn't like money. It was really strange. Behind Cai Hongming and Bagan's houses, a row of desert-style villas were built. After a period of decoration, they were already habitable, but they still lacked furniture and other things. After the Xiahou family came, he asked someone to buy some furniture for them to live in. When they arrived at the house where they lived, they saw Doako cleaning. The little guy Gaga was helping beside him, and Xiahou Kungang was lying by the window, basking in the sun. His injuries were very troublesome, and it was difficult for Cai Hongming to cure them at once. It would take a long time to recuperate. After arriving here, Cai Hongming carefully examined him, and found that he had 3 main injuries. One was the ribs, which were almost healed. One was the leg injury, which was treated very well by the hospital doctor, but the medical methods were a little poor. Cai Hongming started taking the medicine again, and it should be healed in half a month. The third was the spine, which was the most troublesome. The fracture of the spine involves the spinal nerves inside, and the ligament outside. It takes time to recover. Just like the treatment of Jidang, you must nourish and strengthen his body first, and then treat his injuries. Only in this way, can you achieve twice the result with half the effort. So now, he would come over every day, massage him with special techniques, to activate his joints and bones, and then nourish him with ox marrow ointment made from more than 20 nourishing herbs, and yak bone marrow oil. When his body recovers, he can continue the treatment. Originally, tiger bones and tiger meat are more medicinal for nourishing the body bones, but the last time I bought them, they were eaten by Jidong, and it would take some time to buy more, so I can only use ox marrow ointment first. There are many tigers raised in China now, so it is very easy to buy them, but you have to be careful to avoid being caught in the storm of public opinion, so you have to wait for a while. After massaging Xiahou Kungang, talking for a while, and instructing him to eat ox marrow ointment on time, Cai Hongming came to the Shengui lake, intending to chat with the golden yaks grazing on the grass by the lake. At this time, it is the season when grapes in Turpan, western Xinjiang are ripe. Shiwana's grandfather has a very large vineyard, which has a good harvest this year, so he took this opportunity to ask her to go over and bring Cai Hongming, his grandson-in-law, to see him. For this purpose, he also planned to hold a grand banquet, and there would be a sheep stealing competition. Shiwana said that his grandfather might let him play sheep stealing, because in his grandfather's eyes, she was the most dazzling pearl of Tajikistan. If he wanted to take her pearl away, he must be a hero who could win the sheep stealing competition, otherwise he would not be qualified at all. So Cai Hongming was in trouble. Speaking of this, Shiwana was still laughing over there without conscience, which made him very angry. Sheep stealing is a traditional sport that ethnic minorities in the border areas love the most, and the Tajiks are no exception. Generally, this sport is held at weddings, circumcisions, and the 3 major festivals of Islam. Its rules are almost the same as the sheep stealing activities of other ethnic groups. Dozens of people are divided into 2 teams to steal sheep, and the one who wins the sheep wins. The slight difference is that the Tajiks will play their own national tune tombak during the sheep stealing, and use the music accompaniment to set off the atmosphere. Especially when the 2 sides of the game are fighting fiercely, the music will be more exciting, making the scene more lively. When stealing goats, you have to be on guard not only against the contenders, but also against the onlookers. These people are afraid of chaos in the world, and will deliberately shout loudly to scare the mounts, creating troubles and difficulties for the goat stealing contestants. Therefore, the goat stealers sometimes have to fight for several times before they can win the goat and break out of the siege. In view of Elangs going to steal goats, Shiwana specially reminded him that it would be better for him to bring his mount with him. Although mounts will be provided there, they are not familiar to him after all, and it is difficult to command. Therefore, Cai Hongming has been communicating with the golden yak these days, planning to ride it to steal goats. After the golden yak came here, it ate and drank well, and its thin body suddenly became strong. At least it was bigger and taller than before, and it looked very powerful. Especially its neatly combed and clean hair, shining with bright golden light in the sun, is even more eye-catching. After arriving there, it is estimated that there is no need to compete. Just standing there will attract the attention of the audience. Chapter 29, Super Yak. Cai Hongming pulled a handful of grass to feed the golden yak. The golden yak was saved by him and had a good impression of him. It rolled up the grass and started eating. In order to stand out in the sheep catching competition prepared by Shiwana's grandfather, Cai Hongming specially had someone build a comfortable saddle to prevent the golden yak, who had never been restrained, from feeling uncomfortable. After chatting with the golden yak for a while, he went inside to take out the saddle and gently put it on the back of the golden yak. The golden yak had never had anything put on its back before, and it was not used to it and became restless. Cai Hongming tried to comfort it with his heart and even took out the green Ganoderma lucidum from the blessed land in the jade tripod to feed it. I don't know why, these livestock especially like to eat green Ganoderma lucidum, and the crystal scorpion is the same. It is probably because they like the spiritual energy contained in the Ganoderma lucidum. He tied the saddle tightly to the golden yak, comforted it, and jumped on it. Yaks can bear a lot of weight. They have always been used as a means of transportation in the plateau area and are also used for farming. So Cai Hongming riding on the yak weighing more than 100 kilograms did not feel anything at all, just weird. The golden yak twisted its body and Cai Hongming quickly touched its body to comfort it. After the golden yak settled down, he tried to order it to move forward. At first, the golden yak was a little unwilling. After all, it is the king of the plateau. When it roamed the mountains and fields, jackals, tigers, leopards, bears and mastiffs did not dare to challenge it lightly, let alone being ridden on the back of a person. It was also because he saved it, and it was a little grateful, otherwise Cai Hongming would have been trampled into a meat paste. This guy is smart, and he will understand everything after teaching him a lesson. If he tells it to go east, it will go east. If he tells it to go west, it will go west. And if he tells it to go forward, it will never retreat. Cai Hongming was happy to see this, and he rode the golden yak and galloped forward. The black and white demons who were lying on the side watching the excitement immediately followed quickly. The sound of the wind was terrifying, and Cai Hongming was full of vigor and vitality. He couldn't help but think of a poem, recalling the past. When we were young, we were in our prime, we were full of vigor and ambition. We pointed out the mountains and rivers, and wrote inspiring words. We despised the Marquis of the past. Looking at the black and white demons following closely behind, if there was a Saker falcon on their heads, they would be the dandy boys who were envied by others in the old days. The happy time passed in a blink of an eye. On the third day, Ma Sufeng and others really delivered the yaks he wanted as promised, but it was not the 10 yaks he wanted but 20. They were fat and strong. Cai Hongming thought that the golden yaks were already very big, but he didn't expect that one of the yaks they sent was even bigger than the golden yaks. Standing there, at first glance, it was like a small mountain. How is it? Is the yak satisfied? I spent a lot of effort to talk to them about this. Originally, they didn't want to sell it. They treated it like a family member, but recently, its foot accidentally stepped into a hole. It broke, and no matter how it was treated, it couldn't be cured. Now it has started to swell. If it is not treated, the foot may not be saved. I told it that your family is a traditional Chinese medicine family that has been treating bone injuries for generations. If I sell it to you, it will definitely heal. After hearing this, it was willing to sell it, but it was still worried, so it followed me. Look, that's the old man. Cai Hongming nodded to the old man and walked towards the big yak. When he came up to it, he saw that the yak's foot was swollen and began to ulcerate and inflamed. If it was not treated, it was estimated that not only the leg would be lost, but it might even die. Cai Hongming frowned when he saw it. It was simple to treat the foot injury, but how to treat such a big yak? For a moment, his brows were tangled. How is it? Can it be cured? The old man came over and saw his appearance and asked nervously. It can be cured, but it's so big, it's hard to handle. It doesn't matter, the yak is very obedient. He will do whatever you ask him to do. Oh. This is much easier, otherwise it will be a headache if you can't use it during the treatment later, especially for such a big yak. Things have their priorities, and if the yak's injury is delayed any longer, it will be serious. So Cai Hongming asked Ma Sufeng and others to go into the house to make tea, and he asked the old man to take the yak to the backyard of the third master. Ma Sufeng and others didn't have the heart to drink tea at this time, and they also wanted to see how he treated it, so they followed him. After the big male deer family followed Cai Hongming down the mountain, they never went back, and stayed in Kilian village to eat and drink. Last year and this year, the female deer gave birth to another fawn, and now there are 5. These things, together with the little white yak, and the golden yak, are raised here, occupying most of a large yard. Cai Hongming brought the big yak in, and the familiar big male deer immediately ran up to rub against it. He was busy now, so he didn't have time to play with it, so he pushed it aside. He brought the big yak to live here, firstly to prevent the festering and inflamed wounds from infecting other yaks at home, and secondly, the air here is better and suitable for healing. After settling the big yak, he ran back home to get a knife and some medicine for healing. After Shiwana Beigong and others knew about it, they also ran over curiously to see. A bunch of people immediately surrounded the backyard, which was already occupied by livestock for most of the time. Hey, Beigong, you are here too. Oh, look at my memory. Aren't you from Kilian village? How could I forget? I'm really old and confused. When the old man saw Beigong, he immediately ran up to greet him enthusiastically. You are. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Beigong didn't recognize him. You don't remember me. I'm Lion Dachin from Lianjiagao. You helped me find my mother's grave? Oh, it's you. I'm old and I can't remember clearly. Beigong seemed to have suddenly realized something when he heard him say that. As for whether he really remembered it, Cai Hongming didn't know. He didn't care about them. He took the things and walked to the yak and asked the old man to tell the yak to lie down. The yak was really very obedient. It lay down when the old man told it to. After the big yak lay down, he walked over and pulled up the yak's feet to treat it. The ulcerated wound should first scrape off the rotten flesh and remove the pus inside, and then disinfect it. It was supposed to be anesthetized, but it was too troublesome. Cai Hongming directly pressed the numb tendons on the yak's feet, making its feet unconscious for a while. He carefully treated the wound, put the bones in place, disinfected them with alcohol, and then applied the plaster to remove the rotten flesh and regenerate the flesh and bandaged it. After finishing, he told Lion Dachin not to let the yak get up, and he took Ma Sufeng and others back to the house. Cai Hongming invited them to stay for lunch to express his gratitude for the kindness of the people who sent the yaks. After lunch, he took them to stroll around Zhengzheng. When they were going back, Cai Hongming wanted to give them the money for the yaks they sent, but they refused to take it. Yes, for them, the money for these yaks was just a drop in the bucket. They didn't have the nerve to ask for it. Cai Hongming had no choice but to give them some of his own fragrant pears and dried sweet potatoes as a gift. Although the value was not equal, it was a token of his appreciation. At the beginning of the year, he planted kola fragrant pears on both sides of the road and in the vacant space in Zhengzheng. Because he planted large trees that could bear fruit immediately, he produced some fruits this year, but not a lot. Originally, he wanted to keep them for his family to eat slowly, but now he just wanted to give them as gifts. As for dried sweet potatoes, they are a derivative product of this year's bumper harvest of sweet potatoes. There are not only dried sweet potatoes, but also sweet potato flour, vermicelli, and noodles made from sweet potato flour. In order to produce these, he also bought a batch of sweet potato processing equipment, which cost him a lot of money. He felt bad just thinking about it. Fortunately, he made some money from selling fish this year, otherwise he would have wanted to jump off the building. Chapter 30 Sandcar. With the yaks sent by Ma Sufeng and others, Cai Hongming picked out several big and strong yaks for Jidong and others to bathe and feed. The sheep catching competition at Shiwana's grandfather's house is not a one-person thing. You must find someone to cooperate, otherwise you won't know if you will be tricked. So he found Jidong and others. In order to make them familiar with the yaks they are going to ride faster, feeding and bathing are undoubtedly the fastest options. After a few days, the university scholar and Liu Chang, who were almost cured, returned from the county. Fatty Liu Chang fell in love with the big yak that was still recovering from the injury at first sight. He felt that this big guy was stupid, so he named it Benben and planned to ride it to participate in the sheep catching competition. His abacus was good, but it was useless, because Benben's injury could not be cured in a short time, and it would take a long time to recuperate. It is estimated that it will take until next year before it can carry people. Lion Dacheng, the original owner of Benben, was very relieved to see that the big yak's foot injury could really be cured. After staying in Zhengzheng for a few days, he would go back. Cai Hongming saw that he was an expert in raising yaks, so he asked him to stay and help look after the yaks. Lion Dacheng's wife had passed away, and his son and daughter had started their own families, so he was free from worries. After hearing his invitation, he thought about it and stayed. Here, food and lodging were taken care of, and there were old people like Sanai, Wuai, and Bagan to chat with. It was much better than at home, so it would be strange if he didn't want to. In the western capital, the university scholar's leg injury had not healed, Liu Zhang was too fat, and the big yak Benben that he could ride had not healed his foot injury, so only Jidong, Miranghua, Li Chun, Pan Haimin, Chen Dashan and 5 others could go to Zhejiang to participate in Shiwana's grandfather's sheep picking competition. There must be at least a dozen people participating in the sheep picking competition, and they plus Cai Hongming, a total of 6 people, were obviously not enough. But there should be people joining in there. But after all, they are not our own people. Who knows if they will slack off and drag their feet, so everything depends on ourselves. Therefore, for the next period of time, the 6 of them trained every day riding on the yaks that Cai Hongming had taken good care of. Lion Dacheng was wandering around with nothing to do. By chance, he saw them practicing catching sheep outside. He kept scolding them for being bullshit and criticizing their training methods. Cai Hongming and others looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to do. It's the same when catching sheep. Anyway, whoever gets it in their hands wins. Do you really think that catching sheep is just about grabbing it? I have participated in countless catching sheep. I have never heard of just grabbing the sheep. Especially since there are only a few of you. You want to grab the sheep from others? Sun Tzu said, know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. You don't even know the strength of your opponent. You want to win. You are just dreaming. Oh, this old man also knows Sun Tzu's art of war? As if he had sensed their thoughts, Lion Dacheng said dissatisfiedly, why? I don't know my grandson. After all, I graduated from elementary school. If my family was not poor, I would have been able to go to college. You didn't even know if there was a university at that time. Of course, Cai Hongming and others only dared to think about these words in their hearts. Goat catching is actually a collision of strength and wisdom. It is not just about using brute force, but also using your brains. When you practice, you must practice as a whole, like a sharp knife, rushing straight into the opponent's camp and snatching lambs. When one person grabs a sheep, the others must rush over immediately to protect him tightly and rush to the finish line together. During this period, we must also prevent those people from running to the finish line together and block the way ahead. Jiang is indeed old and spicy. Lion Dacheng also participated in countless goat catching when he was young. Now he told them his experience one by one, which made Cai Hongming and others suddenly enlightened. Next, Cai Hongming asked him to come over for guidance. With the help of the old man, they have a deep understanding of both riding skills and competitions. After almost half a month, it was finally time to attend the sheep catching competition held by Shiwana's grandfather to celebrate the grape harvest. His grandfather was a Tajik. Most Tajiks live in Taxkorgan Tajik Autonomous County in the highlands of Shash, Zipu, Beicheng, Pishan and other counties at the foot of the Karakoram Mountains. Shiwana's grandfather lived in a mountain village on the edge of Shash County. To get there, you can take a train, but you have to transfer twice in the middle, which takes more than 2 days. The time is too long, and people and yaks cannot go together. If there is an accident in the middle, there is no way to handle it immediately, so Cai Hongming gave up. It takes time to drive by yourself, but it is more than 2,000 kilometers to get there, and there is no highway in most of the places in the middle. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to get there. It is too slow and tiring, so he doesn't like it. In the end, he can only take a plane to Kashgar and then change cars. However, there is no flight from Wuwei to Kashgar, so he can only fly to Lanzhou first and then transfer, which is very troublesome. Finally, Cai Hongming simply chartered a plane to save trouble. Fortunately, he still had some money, otherwise tens of thousands of yuan would have flown away in a blink of an eye. There are a lot of procedures for transporting live livestock by plane, and quarantine certificates at or above the county level are required. Fortunately, Cai Hongming's father-in-law is still in the city, otherwise he would be very busy. Even so, he was busy for 3 whole days. After that, he prepared some food for the yaks, to prevent them from acclimatization. Cai Hongming himself secretly stuffed some emergency plasters and medicines, food, daily necessities, etc. into the cave paradise in the jade tripod, and then got on the plane, and went to Shash. Shash is a place with a long history. It was originally one of the countries under the jurisdiction of the Western Region's Protectorate of the Han Dynasty, that is, the capital of the Shash Kingdom. It was once the southern route of the ancient Silk Road, and is located on the western edge of the Tarim Basin in the western Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. On the edge is the towering Kunlun Mountains, the land of Death Lopner, and the famous Teklimakan Desert. In the northern Wei dynasty, Shash was also known as the Quasha Kingdom. During the Sui, Tang and Song dynasties, it was merged into Khotan, now the area of Hotan. In the Yuan dynasty, it was called Yerkan. In the Ming dynasty, it was called Yarkand. In the Qing dynasty, Shash was set up as a prefecture, and later promoted to a prefecture, which governed Pili Hall, Bachu Prefecture, Yecheng and Pishan counties, with the seat of government in Shash city. In the Qing dynasty, the old and new cities were built successively. The old city was named Yarkand, commonly known as Hucheng, and the new city was named Shash, commonly known as Hancheng. After the fall of the Qing dynasty, the Republic of China abolished the prefecture and established a county, and established Shash County, which was still under the jurisdiction of Kashgar Road. In the 17th year of the Republic of China, 1928, Shash was divided into Shash and Yarkand counties. In the 31st year of the Republic of China, 1942, the Western Xinjiang provincial government decided to merge the 2 counties and set up the 10th District Administrative Chief Office in Shash, which was later changed to the Shashash Administrative Inspectorate, which governed 4 counties, Shash, Zipu, Yecheng and Meigati, until the peaceful liberation of Western Xinjiang on September 25, 1949. Shash was the seat of the Special Administrative Office. On April 21, 1956, Shash Prefecture was abolished, and Shash County was placed under Kashgar Prefecture. Today, Shash is a famous almond town. When the flowers bloom, tourists from all over the world come here to enjoy them. By then, the mountains and fields are full of almond flowers, and Tajik and Uyghur girls dress up and dance among the flowers, like fluttering butterflies, which is so beautiful that people will never want to leave. PS. I know it's been a bit disappointing recently, but it's the end of the year, so I can't help it. I will slowly make up for it. Chapter 31. The Eagle on the Snow Mountain. Knowing that his granddaughter and grandson-in-law were coming, Ka Wang was waiting at the door early. After a while, he saw a car coming, followed by a trailer carrying a container, and he went to meet them. When Shiwana saw her grandfather, she quickly stopped the car, ran over quickly, and threw herself into the arms of the old man. Ka Wang hugged her tightly and complained, "Ayagili, my baby, you, the delicate eagle of the snow mountain, finally stopped your steps to see me, a lonely old man." Ayagili is Shiwana's Tajik name, which was given by her grandfather, but she only uses the Chinese name, and this name is only used here. "Grandpa, how are you lonely? You have a lot of people like uncle, second uncle, and cousin with you. It should be very lively." Shiwana asked. "How can they care about an old man like me? They only think about making money all day long. They are like eagles that have flown away and never come home. This time you come, you must accompany grandpa for a while." "No wrong, yes." Shiwana nodded and introduced him. "Grandpa, this is my man Hongming. Next to him are his friends. They are all here to participate in the sheep catching competition." "Hello, Grandpa." Cai Hongming came forward to greet him, and Jidong also came forward respectfully to greet him. Tajiks are a nation that attaches great importance to etiquette. Generally, when men meet, they shake hands or kiss the back of each other's hands. When women meet, the elders kiss the eyes or foreheads of the younger ones kiss the palms of the elders, and the peers kiss each other on the cheeks and lips. When men and women of the same generation meet, the woman kisses the palm of the man or shakes hands. When children meet their parents, they must kiss the palms of their parents to show respect. The most enthusiastic etiquette in the family is hugging. Of course, these are limited to familiar people, and strangers cannot have such courtesy. Although Cai Hongming was Shiwana's man, he was a stranger to Carl Wang, so there was no warm etiquette. He just went forward and hugged. Carl Wang patted Cai Hongming on the back and said, "You are a good boy, but if you want to take away our Tajik delicate eagle, you must be a brave man who can get a tricky sheep. Can you do it?" "Of course," Cai Hongming said seriously. "It's good to have confidence." Carl Wang nodded. "I think this kid is pretty good." After chatting casually for a few words, he turned to Shiwana and said, "Ayagili, Grandpa has prepared your favorite snacks and wine for you. Let's go. Let's sit inside." As he said that, he took Shiwana's hand and walked inside. Shiwana looked at Cai Hongming. Cai Hongming remembered that he had not released the yaks in the container yet, and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, we brought a few yaks. I wonder where to put them." "You also brought yaks, so I'd like to take a look." Cai Hongming and Jidong and others released the yaks inside, and Carl Wang's eyes lit up when he saw them. These yaks were specially selected by Ma Sufeng and others from the yaks, transported from various places. They are 1 in a million, and each one is huge. To be honest, Carl Wang also felt that the yaks he brought were good. However, he was not convinced. After all, stealing sheep is what his people are best at, and he can't help others' ambitions and destroy his own prestige. So he said, "It's useless for the yaks to be big, they also need to run fast, have enough endurance, and good riding skills. These are the key points, otherwise it will never be possible to win the championship of the sheep stealing competition. Thank you, Grandpa, for your teachings. We will treat them well." After a few words, Carl Wang led them to settle the yaks in the corner of the manor, where livestock were grazed, and then took them inside to sit. Most Tajik houses are very large, usually around 400 or 500 square meters. In addition to the main house and bedrooms, there are also livestock sheds, kitchens, guest rooms, and storehouses. Carl Wang's family is a large family, and the children do not live separately, but live together, so the place is larger, with an area of at least 3 acres. The festival to celebrate the grape harvest will not begin until the day after tomorrow, so there are no guests at Carl Wang's house today, but everything inside has been arranged. It is not magnificent, but beautiful, with a strong Tajik national style. When we got inside, the food for the guests had already been prepared in the hall. There were a lot of things, such as bramak, milk batter, telti, ghee-soaked naan, ajazik, oil dumplings, milk lumps, etc., and boiled mutton in water. The Tajik people like to cook larger pieces of meat in water, and then eat them with salt, believing that it is the original soup and flavor. They call this way of eating meat ziawu, hand-pulled mutton. After everyone sat down, the host, Carl Wang, warmly entertained everyone to eat and drink. Shiwana accompanied his grandfather and introduced the delicacies on the table to Cai Hongming next to him from time to time. It can be seen that his grandfather was also very happy, otherwise he would not have specially taken out the wine that he had collected for many years for everyone to drink. The homemade wine, with its natural and charming golden color, reflects the charming luster and stunning colors in the white bowl. Smelling it, an alluring aroma immediately hits the nose. Cai Hongming took a sip and his eyes widened. This wine broke his perception of the wine sold on the market. He always thought that wine was sour and astringent, but it turned out that it was not the case. There was also sweet wine. This wine was sweet with the sourness of grapes, which was really rare. It was a pity that there was no luminous cup, otherwise it would really be in line with Wang Han's words. Grape wine and luminous cup. The pipa music is urging me to drink. This wine is really delicious. It would be great if I could take some back. Cai Hongming thought that he should talk to his wife in the evening to see if he could take some back. It doesn't need to be too much, just 10 or 8 jars will be fine. Carl Wang didn't know that his grandson-in-law was planning to take his wine, otherwise he would probably drive him out. At this time, a woman came in from outside, greeted Cai Hongming, ran to Shiwana, and said, "Agili, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come on, I will take you to see the good things." So saying, he took Shiwana's hand and walked out. Cai Hongming couldn't help but glared at her. "Amina, don't you see there are guests here? Grandpa, I have something to do with Agili. If she doesn't come back, you have something to do. If she doesn't come back, you also have something to do. There is no day when you have nothing to do." Cai Hongming said angrily, "Grandpa, I really have something to do with Agili." After saying that, he urged Shiwana to go with her. Shiwana had no choice but to say something to Cai Hongming, and then went out with her. Amina and the others have been used to making trouble since they were young. Don't bother with them. Come, let's drink our own. Cai Hongming explained for his granddaughter, and then started to persuade her to drink. Although the old man's hair and beard are white, he can drink well. The Tajik people speak Tajik, which is the language of Eastern Iran. Before the 1930s of this century, they had their own written language, Persian. Later, because the schools used Uyghur textbooks, they gradually switched to Uyghur. Now most Tajiks can speak both Tajik and Uyghur. However, more and more outsiders are going there to do business, and the government promotes Mandarin, so many people can speak Mandarin, especially young people, most of whom can speak it. Although Cai Hongming is not a young man, he sometimes encounters people who speak Mandarin when doing business. After a while, he has learned a lot and speaks Mandarin to Cai Hongming and others. Fortunately, otherwise Cai Hongming and others would probably be confused and not understand. Amina excitedly pulled Shiwana to her room and pulled out a closet of clothes to show her. Wow, so many beautiful clothes. There are all kinds of colorful clothes in the closet, some of which are embroidered with sequins and gold threads, sparkling in the sun. Any woman cannot ignore these beautiful clothes. Shiwana is no exception. She picked up one to try on and felt that it was quite suitable. "Amina, where did you get so many clothes? Why have I never seen them before?" "Of course you haven't seen them. These are my latest designs. I brought them to you as a wedding gift. You are really not nice. You didn't inform me of your marriage, otherwise I would have gone to celebrate for you. It's too far. In addition, my father works in a government department and is now fighting corruption, so I dare not be too ostentatious, so I didn't call you, lest it be publicized by someone with ulterior motives. Being an official means you are not free. We small businessmen are better," Amina said, lying on the bed. "You are not a small businessman. You are our big star in Tajikistan. Tell me, what new songs have you released recently?" Shiwana gestured with the clothes while talking to Amina. "I took a few videos and released an album. It's so beautiful. I'll show it to you." After Amina finished speaking, she jumped off the bed and ran out, which made Shiwana shake her head. Amina is a student of art school. After graduation, she sang for a while and then went to sell clothes. Now she runs a clothing factory and her business is pretty good. But she still sings and occasionally takes commercial performances. She is very famous in the western Xinjiang area and is very popular among young people. Chapter 32 Familiarity with the venue. After a while, Amina put her MV on the computer for Shiwana to see. The MV was shot everywhere, including snow-capped mountains and plateaus, deep mountains and lakes, busy streets, and vineyards at home. It was beautifully shot with a strong Tajik style and very beautiful. "You sang well, give me one when you go back," Shiwana said after hearing it. "Yes." Amina nodded, and then said mysteriously, "Do you know how many copies of my album have been sold?" "How many?" Amina stretched out 5 fingers. 5,000 copies. "Agili, you underestimate me too much." Amina said dissatisfiedly. 50,000 copies. "It's still too little." Amina shook her head again. After thinking about it, Shiwana asked hesitantly, "Is it 500,000 copies?" "This is impossible. Although there are some people in western Xinjiang, except for young people, basically no one likes to listen to songs. How can it be possible to sell 500,000 copies?" "Yes," Amina said proudly with her high peaks. "Impossible. How could so many records be sold in Xinjiang? Of course it's impossible here, but someone took my records to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and India to sell, so many were sold. Then you're a little rich woman. Actually, it's not much money. Most of the profits go to those middlemen. I only took such a pitiful amount, just enough for me to buy cosmetics. Amina looked pitiful, and Shiwana would not be fooled. She has been like this since she was a child. She pretends to be serious when asked about money. No one knows how much she has hidden. But seeing that the things she uses are all high-end products, she dresses up beautifully every day and wears different things every day, you can tell how rich she is. The two chatted in the room for a while and then went to the hall. When they got there, they found that Cai Hongming and Hongming were still drinking. Cai Hongming was a little drunk, but Hongming didn't feel anything. Jidong and the others were very cunning. Seeing such good wine, they buried their heads and drank it. Now they were a little drunk, but he still picked up the bowl full of wine and poured it into his mouth, which made people speechless. After seeing this, Shiwana and Amina teamed up to send Cai Hongming back to the room to rest, and then together with Cai Hongming, they carried the drunk Jidong and others to the room, arranged for them to rest. After settling down, Cai Hongming followed Shiwana to her room. In the past, during the summer vacation, Shiwana would always come here to play, so her grandfather specially reserved a room for her. Nearly a year later, everything in the room was the same as before. There was no dust. It seemed that someone had taken care of it long before she came. Cai Hongming drank too much wine, and at this time, the alcohol rose, and a passion rushed up from his dantian. The passion was ignited. He hugged Shiwana's slender waist, pressed her hard against the wall, and kissed her wildly. His hands even lifted up her clothes and touched upwards, sliding across her soft belly, coming to the towering stature, needing the full and elastic tenderness. Unconsciously, Shiwana couldn't help but moan. Cai Hongming couldn't hold back any longer, and quickly took off his clothes. When he was about to take off his pants, there was a knock on the door. Ayagili, are you in there? It was Amina. Anything? Shiwana panted and replied. Aren't we going to sleep together tonight? Come over quickly. Oh, I'll tidy up my clothes and come over later. Then hurry up. After saying that, Amina turned and left. As soon as he left, Cai Hongming, who had already taken off all his clothes, couldn't wait to hug Shiwana, who had taken off her clothes and thrust forward into her. He saw a green dragon disturbing the lake waves, causing countless ripples, like a strong wind and a rainstorm, which was horrible to watch. After breakfast the next day, Cai Hongming took Jidong and the others out, wanting to ride yaks to the venue of the sheep catching competition, to get familiar with the environment. The so-called know yourself and know the enemy, and you will win every battle. It means that you must be familiar with the enemy's situation, so as not to make wrong judgments and fail in an unfamiliar environment. Not far away, I saw a young man walking over. He saw Shiwana's face full of surprise. Ayagili, you are here. Grandpa said you would come too. I thought you would be late, but I didn't expect it to be so. Come, I'll take you to see the new car I bought. As he said that, he actually reached out to grab Shiwana. Cai Hongming would never let him succeed, and shook off his hand. Who are you? Why are you so rude? The young man shouted angrily. Hassa, this is my man Hongming. Before Shiwana finished speaking, she saw the young man shouting, if you are not a brave man who is picky about sheep, you are not worthy of marrying my Tajik woman. Ayagili, I will prove it to you. After the young man finished speaking, he turned around and left, leaving Cai Hongming and others dumbfounded. What is going on? He is Hassa, the nephew of Grandpa, doing business on the border. Shiwana looked at the young man who left, shook her head, and introduced him to Cai Hongming. After hearing her introduction, Cai Hongming realized that this man was called Hassa, the grandson of Cai Hongming's cousins, and Shiwana's cousin. When she came here before, his cousin often came to play with her. It was nothing when they were young, but when they grew up, they liked her because she was beautiful, but she already had someone in her heart, so how could she be interested in him? After the introduction, Shiwana glanced at Cai Hongming with a sense of pride, as if to say, look, this beauty is not unpopular. Cai Hongming smacked his lips speechlessly. What is there to show off? It's not a flower. Why is it so attractive? The venue for the sheep stealing competition is a wide open space not far from Cai Hongming's house. At this time, railings have been erected around the open space. This represents the boundary of the competition. Going out of the railing means losing the qualification to steal sheep. In fact, there are 3 ways to compete in sheep stealing. The first is to pick sheep in groups. The contestants are generally in a group of about 10 people. 2 groups compete for sheep stealing, and the winner is the winner. The second type is 2-person single rider scrambling, where 2 riders representing different units pick up the sheep for the competition and start scrambling for it, or another person holds the sheep and lets 2 riders fight for it. The one who grabs the sheep wins. The third type is group scrambling, where the participants are not divided into teams, and multiple people fight for it. The winner is the one who finally grabs the sheep and puts it in the designated place. The sheep scrambling competition held by Cai Hongming to celebrate the grape harvest this time is a group scrambling, which is considered to be of ordinary difficulty. The most difficult is group scrambling. Because there is no one to guard each other, everyone wants to win, and the competition is very fierce and difficult to win. Not only are there several types of sheep scrambling, but even the sheep used for scrambling are different. In some places, a live goat is directly placed on the competition field and people fight for it. This competition is the most difficult because the goat can run, struggle, and fight with people, which is very difficult. The Kazakh people's sheep scrambling is different. They take goats about 2 years old, cut off their heads and hooves, tie their esophagus tightly, and some will soak them in water or pour water into the goat's stomach. In this way, the goat is more resilient and not easy to be torn apart. Some people use prop sheep, that is, sheepskin is filled with something that is about the same weight as the sheep. Such sheep look very different and few people use them. Generally, they are used in competitions organized by the government. The tribes in western Xinjiang will not use them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 33 begins. On the day of celebrating the grape harvest, the originally quiet manner of the Cai Hongming family suddenly became lively. People who came to congratulate appeared out of nowhere and filled the spacious manor. After asking around, Cai Hongming learned that Cai Hongming was afraid that his house was too small to accommodate the people who came to congratulate him, so he settled them in the largest hotel in Shash, and Cai Hongming's eldest son Ambili and second son Akibich accompanied them there, and they did not come together until today. Seeing that more and more people were coming, and the manor was almost full, Cai Hongming's 2 sons hurriedly arranged for the guests to go to the venue for the sheep eating competition. A row of awnings for people to watch the competition had been set up next to the sheep eating competition venue, and various fruits, cakes, and almonds that were newly released this year were placed on the table. These almonds have been through a series of craftsmanship, pickled and then dried, or directly dried, becoming sweet and crispy, which makes people love them. After the people who came to congratulate were seated one by one, Cai Hongming sat in the main seat in the middle and ordered to start the sheep eating. Shiwana and Amira wore Tajik national costumes today and sat next to their grandfather. The 2 were as beautiful as flowers, and the guests who came to congratulate them were reluctant to take their eyes off them. However, the 2's attention was obviously not here when his grandfather ordered the game to start. 1. Shu. Right. NSB. Shiwana kept her eyes on her sweetheart. As expected, seeing that they were short of people to come to the game, Cai Hongming called some more people to join their team to make up the number of people for the game. In this way, each team had 15 people. As for whether they were united in helping them win the championship of the tricky sheep competition, it was unknown. At this time, the 2 teams lined up in 2 rows and faced each other, looking at the cleaned lambs in the middle of the field. Coincidentally, the leader of the opposite team was Hassa, who was unhappy with Cai Hongming the day before. He squinted his eyes and stared at Cai Hongming tightly, just like the eyes of a mountain vulture about to hunt, and he thought that Cai Hongming was regarded as prey. The 2 teams confronted each other, and the atmosphere was very tense. But except for Cai Hongming, and the other 5 people, the other people in the team, did not seem to take the competition seriously. Yes, these are all Tajiks. The Tajik brothers were also on the other side. How could they help the foreigners win with all their heart and soul? How could they save face if they let the foreigners win in front of so many tribesmen and guests? This was obviously the thought of most of the Tajik people in the same team as Cai Hongming. However, Cai Hongming and his team had expected this to happen and did not take it to heart at all. During this period, they had already practiced their tactics and just wanted to win. Since they were here, they could not return empty-handed. Besides, today's sheep catching competition was no longer a competition for Cai Hongming. He needed to prove himself with this championship. Let the Tajik people know that he was a brave man who won the sheep catching competition. He had enough ability to match and protect Shiwana, the delicate eagle of the Tajik. Next to them, a horn made of ox horn sounded, and a rough and heroic feeling came over them. The nervous mood spread among the crowd of contestants, and the cattle also followed suit. When the horn stopped, the riders of the competition immediately slapped the yaks they were riding, and rushed towards the competition lambs in the middle. The yaks, which had been accumulating strength for a long time, rushed forward quickly like a tiger out of a cage, as fast as lightning, and as fast as thunder, and instantly arrived at the place where the competition lambs were placed. Hassa was extraordinary. As early as when the yaks arrived, he turned sideways, clamped his feet tightly on the saddle, and lay on the side of the yak's belly. When he arrived at the place where the lambs were placed, he suddenly leaned forward to grab the lamb, and then quickly climbed on it. This swift action made the people watching nearby praise it. Although the yaks of Cai Hongming and others were large, they also had strength and endurance, but they had never competed before and lacked experience. After riding off the yaks and quickly arriving at the place where the lambs were placed, they did not have time to call the yaks, and missed the lambs, and crashed into the yak group in front. The huge yaks actually knocked down the yaks in front of them. Fortunately, the riders on them saw the opportunity and jumped down quickly, otherwise there would definitely be casualties. Hassa showed off the lamb to Cai Hongming with pride, then beat the yak with a bamboo stick, and ran to the finish line. Cai Hongming was naturally unwilling to let the lamb be taken away by him, so he immediately rode the yak to chase after it. Jidong and others followed closely beside him to protect it. It must be said that the golden yak has grown a lot since it was brought down from the mountain by Cai Hongming. It is as tall as Cai Hongming's shoulders, like a small tank. It doesn't care if there are other yaks around, it just rushes forward. The riders nearby seemed to hurriedly order the yaks to make way. Some of them who didn't make way, or didn't avoid it in time, were knocked away by the golden yaks. At this time, Cai Hongming and the other 5 people were like a long spear, piercing Hassa, who was guarded by many riders. The guarding crowd was gradually disintegrating, but it was also approaching the finish line. Cai Hongming was anxious when he saw it, and he stepped on the yak. His body soared into the sky, and then stepped on the yak in front of him and chased Hassa. The people watching nearby were stunned. Hassa didn't expect Cai Hongming to do this. He quickly held the lamb and leaned sideways, tightly against the ox's belly to protect the lamb, so that Cai Hongming wouldn't take it away. The people around him also consciously surrounded him tightly to protect him. Unfortunately, it was useless. Cai Hongming quickly stepped forward and sat on Hassa's mount, fighting with him for the lamb. Hassa held the lamb tightly in his arms, and no matter how he pulled, he wouldn't let him take it away. The yak continued to run forward, and the finish line was reached. Cai Hongming saw that it was not good, and suddenly made a crane's beak, and pointed at Hassa's hand that was tightly holding the lamb. Hassa felt his hand numb, and the lamb in his arms was snatched away by Cai Hongming. Cai Hongming snatched the lamb and immediately jumped off Hassa's mount, stepped on the mount of the rider next to him, jumped back on the back of the golden yak, then turned around, and ran towards his own finish line. Hassa was unwilling to let the lamb in his hand be taken away, so he ordered the riders beside him to surround Hongming and others. Cai Hongming and others attacked Hassa and others' yak herd, and were originally trapped in it. Although they were in time, it was too late. They were immediately surrounded by them. In addition, the Tajiks who were filled in by Kawang earlier were not working hard, so now there were basically only 5 of them fighting with the 15 people in Hassa's group for the lamb. The 5 of them were surrounded. Although they tried to break out of the encirclement, they were caught up by Hassa behind them after a while. Hassa had participated in many sheep stealing competitions and was very skilled. As soon as he came, he competed with Cai Hongming for the lamb. They fought back and forth, and the battle was fierce. Both of them were very strong, and neither of them gave in. Hassa saw it and became ruthless, so he picked up the bamboo stick in his hand and poked Cai Hongming. The people guarding beside him saw it, and they also picked up bamboo sticks and poked Cai Hongming, as if they had planned it. This was a formal competition, with many people watching. Cai Hongming did not want to show off his martial arts skills, unless he had to, but it seemed that he had to show off his skills at this time. Seeing that things were not going well, he quickly jumped off the back of the golden yak, spun around, and immediately turned away the bamboo sticks that were poking at him. Falling back on the back of the golden yak, seeing that they were poking at him with bamboo sticks again, Cai Hongming became annoyed and quickly swept away the bamboo sticks that had been inserted into the stone, and they were swept off one after another, unable to attack again. Taking this opportunity, he slapped the golden yak's butt and shouted loudly, "Charge!" The golden yak heard it and suddenly became fierce, raised its two sharp horns, and rushed forward with its head down. The riders next to it were caught off guard and were immediately thrown to the ground. After a while, they broke out of the encirclement of Hassa and others and rushed to the finish line. With Jidong and others guarding them, their yaks were huge and flew as fast as flying, and Hassa and others could not catch up, even if they wanted to. The rider next to Hassa asked, "What should we do?" "Let him win this time. It won't be so easy next time. This is just the beginning," Hassa said coldly, his eyes filled with anger. Cai Hongming rushed to the finish line with a lamb and stood on the back of the yak and shouted excitedly. It is said that successful men are the most attractive, and it is true. Shiwan looked intoxicated. The Tajik beauties who were already nearby came forward to offer wine to the warrior who won the lamb. With the beauties by his side, the wine did not make him drunk, but he was already half drunk. The sheep catching competition was just the beginning. After Cai Hongming finished drinking, the beauties surrounded the warriors who won the sheep and moved to other places. Chapter 34 Carnival. In the 1,000-acre vineyard of Kawang, a place for celebration has been opened up. On the side, bunches of frost-covered grapes are hung on the racks, forming a grape wall. Those who like them can pick them and enjoy them. Next to the grape wall, some Tajik elders beat hand drums, blue eagle flutes, played instruments such as kumili and balanzikomu to welcome the arrival of the crowd. The Tajik beauties surrounded Cai Hongming and others and sat down in the prepared seats, then ran to the field to dance, showing off their proud figures. The music suddenly became more cheerful. Amina, who came with the crowd watching the sheep catching competition, watched and ran to sing. The song she sang in the unique language of the Tajik people was so beautiful and moving. When the song sounded, the atmosphere in the field became more intense, and the celebration gradually reached a climax. The group of Tajik beauties dressed in gorgeous clothes danced for a while, and then ran to pull Shiwana, who was sitting next to Cai Hongming and watching, to dance. It was hard to refuse the kindness, so Shiwana had to leave the field. When she arrived at the center of the field, she became their leader, leading many Tajik beauties to dance in the field. The graceful and moving posture made people unable to take their eyes off. The slender silk dress fluttered in the wind, the long sleeves swayed left and right. She walked lightly and gracefully, raised her wrists, and lowered her eyebrows, and waved her bare hands. Her dancing posture was sometimes soft and graceful, sometimes reserved and deep, sometimes bright and passionate, and sometimes delicate and tactful, like a crane spreading its wings, like a willow branch brushing the water, really floating like a fairy. This scene was like a poem written by Li Kuan-yu of the Tang dynasty. There is a beautiful woman in the south, dancing lightly with a green waist. At the end of the 9th autumn, the banquet was held, and her sleeves were flying. She was as green as a orchid, and as graceful as a dragon. The beauty of Yu stopped dancing in the front stream. The girl from Wu stopped dancing. The slow posture could not be exhausted, and the complex posture was bent to the end. The lotus flower broke through the waves, and the snow was messed up in the wind. When the earrings fell, she looked around, and her long skirt was about to be lifted into the sky. Only Qiu could not be caught, so he flew away to chase the startled swan. However, these were not beauties from the south. They were beauties from the north, lacking the gentleness and grace of southern women, but more straightforward and heroic than northern women. Cai Hongming sat at the table, listening to the Tajik elders playing the kumeli, listening to them playing the ajak, and watching them playing fancy ideas with the tambourines. Watching the women in the field dancing happily to the beautiful music. Somehow, his heart also stretched out and was free. In an instant, he seemed to have forgotten the hustle and bustle, hardship, and troubles of the secular world. He became quiet, returned to nature, returned to reality, and returned to the simplicity of his nature. Unable to help himself, he closed his eyes and listened to all this beauty. He really forgot all this, forgot the excitement in the field at the moment, and in his heart there was only the silence under the desert starry sky without even crickets. I don't know how long it took. He suddenly felt a pain in his head, as if someone had hit him hard on the forehead. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shiwana standing in front of him with a sweet smile. "What are you thinking about? You're so silly. You don't even respond when I call you. What else can I think about besides you?" Cai Hongming threw out his sweet words without paying any attention. Shiwana had heard too many of his sweet words, so how could she be fooled? HMPH, who knows, maybe you're thinking about some beautiful woman. She seemed a little jealous. Cai Hongming hurriedly said, "Besides you, who else can I think of? Who here is prettier than you?" Shiwana felt sweet in her heart and rolled her eyes at him. She let him go. Let's go dance." "I can't." Cai Hongming shook his hands repeatedly. He had never danced since he was a child, so how could he dare to go up and make a fool of himself? "It doesn't matter, I'll teach you." Having said that, Shiwana pulled him off the stage regardless of whether he agreed or not. Similarly, Jidong and the others next to him were also pulled off by a group of Tajik beauties, as well as some Tajik young people. Cai Hongming didn't know how to dance at all. After leaving the stage, he had no choice but to learn a few moves from the beautiful women dancing in the field and twist his waist and hips. His movements were as awkward as the swaying of a dead tree in the forest. A group of beautiful Tajik women next to him almost burst their bellies with laughter. Fortunately, it was not only him who made a fool of himself, but Jidong and the others were almost the same. With someone beside him to make a fool of himself, he felt much better. This is the self-comforting RQ spirit. He felt better, but Shiwana kept shaking her head and went to teach him. Cai Hongming had been learning Fihakun since elementary school. Fihakun emphasizes agility and elegance. Of course, his hands and feet are not too rigid. It's just that he doesn't know how to dance, so he looks so awkward. At this time, under Shiwana's teaching, plus his own nonsense, he actually danced well and began to dance with Shiwana. The atmosphere in the field was warm, and more Tajik men and women joined in, pushing the celebration program to a climax. Finally, Amina, who was excited to see the prey, also pulled her grandfather to join in, and they danced the Tajik national eagle dance together, winning applause from the whole room. In fact, Cai Hongming and others didn't know. The celebrations held by the Tajik people have certain significance. It is not just an event, but also an ancient way of socializing. Just like our New Year's Eve gathering, it is not only for all relatives to reunite, but also an opportunity for you to enhance emotional communication with friends you didn't see before. It is a very ancient social activity. For example, we are usually busy with various things, and relatives and friends don't move around much. During the spring festival, we can use the excuse to visit, or look for relatives or friends, chat and talk about things to enhance feelings. Sometimes, you may get an unexpected surprise, such as during the conversation. For some reason, your friends are interested in your project or creativity, and are willing to invest money, etc. Without this excuse, you may not be able to do these things at ordinary times. This is the meaning of the festival. Let people who are not very familiar or unfamiliar communicate together, and increase social aspects. The activities held by the Tajik people are to create opportunities for emotional communication for young men and women in the tribe. After the event, if the man and woman are interested in each other, the man can go to the woman's house to propose marriage. If the woman agrees, everything will be done, just like the song The Girl from Daban City, "Bring your money, bring your sister, and catch up with my carriage." The celebration lasted from morning to night, and those who came to congratulate them celebrated in the vineyard and then left. The remaining people were almost all Tajiks. They danced, laughed, and made noises, and they were so happy. After dancing the last dance around the bright bonfire, Shiwana took Cai Hongming back to the room. Wana seemed very enthusiastic and proactive today. She actually did all the postures that Cai Hongming used to shake her head, no matter what he asked her to do. Cai Hongming was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He just worked hard until he was exhausted. Then they fell in love and went to Washington. When she woke up early in the morning, Shiwana felt soft all over. She didn't want to get up, so she lay lazily on the bed with her eyes closed. Cai Hongming had never felt a feeling of back pain before. Last night was too crazy. He even felt back pain when he woke up in the morning. But if he could do it again, he would still choose the same way as last night. After last night's lovemaking, he found that his wife had become even more beautiful, with a layer of glittering light on her face. He was so fascinated by her that he couldn't help but hug her tightly and kiss her soft lips. But he didn't do anything, just hugged and kissed her. It's not that he didn't want to do it, but because last night was too crazy and consumed countless physical resources, and he hasn't recovered yet. The two of them stayed like this until noon, and were called by Amina to eat. Chapter 35 Heshan. Hotan, formerly known as Yushan, means a place where jade is produced in Tibetan. It is about 280 kilometers away from Shash. There are few Chinese who grew up in the area who do not know the reputation of hot and mutton fat jade. After staying in Shash for more than 10 days, Cai Hongming had nothing to do. He thought that, since it was so close to Hotan, he might as well go there to find some jade and maybe make a small fortune. Ka Wang's second son also happened to go back to run a jade business, so he wanted to go with him. But when he told Jidang and others about this idea, he was despised by them. Brother Hong, let's be down to earth and stop daydreaming, Pan Heymin said earnestly. He has the most experience with this kind of thing. Before he joined the army, he always ran to the mountains to dig ginseng with wild ideas, hoping to dig a wild ginseng and get out of poverty and become rich from then on. But the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Not to mention ginseng, he had been looking for it in the mountains for several years, hunting rabbits, catching flying dragons, scaring wild wolves, seeing blind bears, and catching Siberian tigers, but he didn't see even a hair of ginseng. Brother Hong, let's go to bed, Li Chun also advised. And, NSB.MNBSP. Actually, this jade is not difficult to find. It mainly depends on luck. Cai Hongming was a little discouraged by what the two said. At this time, Mirren Hua suddenly spoke up and helped him, and couldn't help but cast a grateful look at him. Unfortunately, the other party didn't pay any attention at all, so it was a waste of expressing his feelings. Mirren Hua said, I have a comrade in arms. His brother happened to serve here before. Once when he was patrolling, he was lucky and found a piece of stone wrapped in jade on the road. He sold it directly for 80,000. According to him, if you are lucky, as long as you dig up a good piece of jade, you can become rich overnight. It's not uncommon to dig up a piece of jade here and go home to marry a wife and build a house. Really? Li Chun's eyes widened when he heard it. Of course, but it also requires luck and vision. Some people may not be able to dig up a good piece of jade in their entire lives. Don't think that precious jade is priceless. I don't know how many people die in Hotan every year because of jade mining. No way. It's just looking for something. Is it so dangerous? Do you think finding jade is as simple as picking up stones on the roadside? If it were that simple, it wouldn't be so expensive. There are two main rivers in Hotan that produce jade. One is the Ulankashi River and the other is the Karakashi River. These two rivers originate from the Kunlun Mountains and wash the jade materials that have broken away from the rocks on the mountain to the river bank below. In the past, if you were lucky, you could find it by just walking around. Later, when there was less, you had to dig. Now there is less that can be dug, so you use machinery to dig. Sometimes you may not be able to dig up a good piece of jade even after a day of digging. If there is no jade below, the jade miners can only look for it at the source of the river, which means they have to go into the mountains. Generally, they have to bring food for 10 days, half a month or a month, when they go into the mountains. They eat and live in the mountains to avoid running back and forth. The climate on the mountain is changeable. Rain and snow are merciless, and all kinds of dangers can be encountered. Sometimes you have to be careful of those who see jade and rob on the way. If you are not careful, you may be dead in a blink of an eye. The mountain is thousands of meters high, and you may not be able to find it with a telescope if you fall down. However, as long as you are lucky enough to find a good piece of jade, you can make a profit of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions by selling it. So even though it is dangerous, many people still come from the coastal inland areas to dig jade every year. This is also the mentality of gamblers who want to get rich overnight. Wana's second uncle is a typical example of getting rich overnight. Cai Hongming continued Muranghua's words and said, this vineyard was planted by Wana's second uncle before. Later, he felt that growing grapes could not make much money, so he went to dig jade. He was lucky. After a while, he dug up a piece of jade weighing more than 20 kilograms and sold it for several million. But he was not so lucky afterwards. He dug for a long time, but still found nothing. He simply contracted a piece of beach land, hired people to dig with machinery, and sold jade in the store. Now his business is getting bigger and bigger, and he is already one of the best jade merchants in Hotan. What do you think? Do you want to go? Li Chun and his friends didn't want to go at first. It would be better to go home early than to go so far to dig jade. Now, after hearing what he and Muranghua said, they couldn't help but feel itchy in their hearts, so they nodded and agreed. What about the axe? Chen Dashan asked. Take them with you. When we go back, we will go from Hotan Airport to save the trouble of running back and forth. After discussing it, the matter was settled. The next day, Cai Hongming and Shiwana went to say goodbye to Ka Wang. Ka Wang was reluctant to let Shiwana go, but there was always a time to part, and he couldn't stay here forever, so he reluctantly prepared gifts for her. Finally, he took out a lot of raisins and almonds, almost a small cart. There was also wine, which was a fine wine that he had collected for more than 20 years. After hearing Shiwana say that Cai Hongming liked it, he gave him 10 jars. When he gave them, he felt like cutting meat. Seeing the old man giving so many things, Cai Hongming felt a little embarrassed to take them, so he took out some worm tea and a few green Ganoderma from the cave paradise in the jade tripod, and gave them to the old man. Ka Wang gave too many things, and it was too cumbersome to carry them on the road, so Cai Hongming put the wine and the cave paradise in the jade tripod, packed the other things, and sent them back by express, and then called a trailer, loaded a container with yaks, and went to Hotan together. Before the Qin and Han dynasties, there were different ancient indigenous peoples living in Hotan, such as the Sai people, Kayang people, and Yusi people who spoke Indo-European and Sino-Tibetan languages. It was not until Zhang Khan opened up the western regions during the Han dynasty that Hotan was first recorded in Chinese books. The Book of Tang, biography of the western regions, records cotton is also called Kwasadan, Huana, Kwadan, the northern Di is called Yudan, and the Hu are called Huadan. The Great Tang records on the western regions written by Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty called Hotan the Kwasadan kingdom. The Tang dynasty said that the milk of the earth is taken from the elegant words of the common people. The common language is called Hana. The Xiongnu called it Yudan, the Hu people called it Huadan, and India called it Kwadan. It was called Yushan in the past, which is a mistake. It is also called, the country of Kwasadan is more than 4,000 miles in circumference, and most of it is sand dunes. Kwasadan is the name of the country, which means earth milk. As the name suggests, ground milk can be understood as milk in the ground or milk that comes out of the ground. Hotan mutton fat jade is as delicate and crystal clear as milk. Long ago, these jades were washed down from the mountains by rivers and buried in the soil for hundreds of millions of years before being dug out from the ground. So the meaning of ground milk can be understood as a place where beautiful jade is buried. Hotan Prefecture is located at the southernmost tip of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. It crosses the Kunlun Mountains to the northern Tibetan Plateau in the south, borders the Bayangu-Aleng Mongolian Autonomous Prefecture in the east, penetrates into the hinterland of the Taklamakan Desert in the north, and is adjacent to the Aksu Prefecture. It is connected to the Kashgar prefecture in the west and borders India and Pakistan in the southwest with the Karakoram mountains. It is about 719 kilometers away from Islamabad, about 974 kilometers from here to New Delhi, and about 1154 kilometers from Kathmandu. If it were not for the towering Kundalin mountains blocking the way, and it was located on the edge of the inland, Hotan should be able to serve as a bridge to India, Pakistan and other countries, and become an international trade port leading to the inland, instead of relying solely on jade to achieve fame. There is a national highway connecting Shash and Hotan. It only takes a few hours to drive there. Cai Hongming and his party arrived at noon. There is a jade wholesale market in Hotan. Shiwana's second uncle, Akabig, has a house in the market. It was built when he had money. The shop below is for business and people live above. The place is very large. Even if there are many people like Cai Hongming, they can live there. Cai Hongming didn't want to disturb him at first and planned to take Jidang and others to stay in a hotel, but he was severely taught a lesson by Akabig. Ethnic minorities are so hospitable, and if you come here and don't stay at his house, he will be laughed at if it gets out. Especially Akabig is one of the best jade merchants in Hotan. If it is spread out by someone with ulterior motives, the style will immediately be lowered by several levels. Helplessly, Cai Hongming had to live in his house. Akabig's house is very big. It looks like a building from the outside, but who knows that, after walking around from the back, it is found to be a large courtyard with rockery and pond water in the courtyard, and green bamboos reflecting in the shadows, which makes people feel like they are in the south of the Yangtze River. Cai Hongming and Jidang stayed here. In the evening, Akabij roasted a whole lamb in the courtyard to welcome the guests. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. In the city of Hotan, there is a grand bazaar every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The grand bazaar is what we call a market. At this time, jade diggers from all over the country will bring their own treasures to sell, but it is said that the price is very high and there are many fakes. The second day after Cai Hongming arrived happened to be the grand bazaar. Out of curiosity, he and Shiwana took Jidang and others to the grand bazaar. Akabij has been here for a long time and knows that there are many fake things in the market. He was afraid that Cai Hongming, the silly Han's son-in-law, and his niece who didn't understand the situation would be deceived, so he specially called a smart guy to follow them when he went out. The Grand Bazaar is located in the northeast corner of Hotan city, next to National Highway 315. I don't know if it was too late. When Cai Hongming and others arrived, they found that the market was already crowded with people. Standing in front of the market, we could only see heads of people, but no place for people to stand. How could we get in? The guy Akabig called had experience and took them to a side road. This road was undoubtedly much quieter than the one they had just seen, but Cai Hongming and his friends were here to have fun, so it didn't matter. As long as there were things for sale, it was fine. After walking around, Cai Hongming found that the most special thing about Hotan was that things were sold by kilogram, not by kilogram as was customary in western Xinjiang, or by portion as was customary in the inland and coastal areas. The most distinctive snacks here are grilled skewers, hand-pulled rice, and rice sausage. The roasted whole lamb covered in red in the market costs only 15 yuan per kilogram. I don't know if it's really lamb. In other places, even a bag of sheep dung would probably cost more than this. P.S. There is one thing I have to say. When I write a book, I will collect some pictures related to the book and post them in the album of the book club. People who like this book should join the book club to see the pictures, so that they can feel more involved. I will report the questions number of the book club again. 214,618,691. Remember the code is that my farm is in the desert, otherwise I won't join. Chapter 36 Hotan Rose. The weather is good today, the sky is blue and cloudless. After walking for a while, Cai Hongming immediately threw away his previous idea that the most distinctive snacks here are grilled skewers, hand-pulled rice, and rice sausage. He feels that everything here is very distinctive, and it is full of charming ethnic customs. Although there are also ethnic minorities in Gilang, the atmosphere is definitely not as strong as here. While walking and looking, he found that there were people selling roasted eggs and roasted duck eggs here. Those Uaya vendors wrapped eggs and duck eggs with mud and then put them in a homemade oven to bake. After a while, the eggs were cooked and a faint egg fragrance wafted out from the baked mud, making people drool. Although it felt good, Cai Hongming and others did not have the desire to try it. Eating eggs at home is fine, but eating eggs here is too tasteless. There is a roasted pumpkin next to it. The pumpkin was roasted and curled up, emitting a fragrance. Cai Hongming and others have never eaten this thing, and Shiwana has not eaten it either. So, they bought some to try. The taste was still pumpkin-like, but the cooking method was different. After eating it, Cai Hongming felt that he had lost out. The taste of this broken pumpkin was not worth the money. Going further, there was a stall selling grilled lamb skewers. I hadn't eaten it for a long time, and the smell made me a little greedy. When they left the stall selling lamb skewers, they found out that it was his second uncle's clerk who asked them to leave. He said that the lamb skewers at that stall were not delicious and very expensive, and they specifically targeted unfamiliar outsiders like them. The clerk that Akabig called over to lead the way was called Jumar. He was also a Tajik and often hung out in the market, so he was very familiar with this place. After walking for a while, Jumar recommended a stall selling grilled skewers to them, saying that it was delicious and cheap. Cai Hongming bought a few skewers to try, and the taste was really good, so he asked everyone to try it. For a while, everyone's mouths were greasy after eating, and when they left, each of them was holding a skewer and biting it leisurely. Not far from the stall selling grilled lamb skewers, there is a stall selling thin-skinned baked buns on the roadside. The boss is very skilled. He wraps a bun in seconds and then puts it on a homemade oven to bake. It is cooked in a short while and a burst of meaty aroma wafts out. Cai Hongming has never eaten this before, so he bought some to taste with everyone. It tastes really good. The skin is thin and the filling is fresh. With a slight bite, the thick soup inside flows out. Take a sip. The taste is so fresh that it can swallow your tongue into your stomach. Further over, there are a few stalls selling baked naan, and next to the baked naan, they also sell snacks such as noodles, lungs, and lamb tripe. Seeing things he has never eaten before, Cai Hongming bought some to try one by one. After a while, their stomachs were full and bloated. Shiwana touched a slightly bulging belly, frowned, and complained angrily that Cai Hongming let her eat too much. What if she gets fat when she goes back? However, women have always been known for being unreasonable and willful, so he did not dare to talk back, lest he bring about a violent storm. Sometimes men are indeed miserable, but at this time, as long as you think about the happy time you will enjoy at night, you will forget all these troubles. After passing the place where food is sold, they came to the street where goods are sold. The most common items on display in the shops on the street are the Haitian silken carpets with a strong ethnic flavor. Cai Hongming liked them very much, so he discussed with Shiwana to buy some when he went back to lay the floor. In this regard, Shiwana expressed no objection and even went forward to ask the shopkeeper about the pattern of the carpet with great interest. If Cai Hongming had not pulled her away in time, she would have bargained with others. This proves that shopping with women is indeed a terrible thing. In addition to selling silk carpets, the shops here also sell some handicrafts with ethnic characteristics. Walking over to the end, Cai Hongming found that next to the stall selling small flower hats, there were two Uyas holding a 2-meter high wooden wine pot with strange and fancy patterns. What were they doing? Cai Hongming didn't understand what they saw, so he went up to ask. He knew a little Uaya, so it was not a problem to communicate with the Uyas. After asking, he found out that they were selling rose wine. He had drunk rose wine before and didn't know how the two people were selling it, so he planned to buy some to try. When the Uaya who was sitting on the ground heard that he wanted to buy wine, he immediately stood up, enthusiastically took out a small bowl from the side, and carefully poured a bowl of wine from the wine pot for him. The rose wine was mellow and fragrant, with a strong rose aroma, fragrant, and it was simply wonderful. Cai Hongming asked Shiwana and Jidang to try it. He had already made up his mind that he must bring rose wine produced in Hotan with him when he returned. In fact, Hotan not only produces jade, but also produces a lot of roses. In Hotan, the cultivation of roses has a history of more than 2,000 years. Roses have always been regarded as the emblem of love. It is said that in Greek mythology, when the goddess Venus, who is in charge of love and beauty, was born, the gods created the rose, which represents love and beauty. People have always believed that roses come from the West. In fact, roses are not Western flowers. Their hometown is China. Roses are found in most parts of my country and there are many varieties. However, in terms of the quality of roses, the broadthorn roses in Hotan are the best. Broadthorn roses are commonly known as pink roses. There are many wild pink roses on the edge of the Taklamakan desert. Pink roses only bloom once a year, because they grow in the desert and are watered by the melted snow water from the Kunlun mountains. They have different qualities from other roses. Their fragrance is pure, rich and natural. In Hotan, when roses bloom in May, locals will pick those wild roses and bring them back, or make them into flower tea, rose jam, or brew them into wine for drinking. This kind of natural rose tea is mild in nature. It is said to relieve emotions, replenish blood, eliminate fatigue, and improve physical fitness. It has a conditioning effect on the liver and stomach, and has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Drinking it regularly can remove skin spots and make the skin white and natural. The rose wine made from it has a natural flavor, which is completely different from the wine made from roses sold on the market. After drinking rose wine, Cai Hongming and others continued to move forward. After a round of shopping, they found that the items sold inside were really dazzling, whether it was local cuisine delicacies, or various famous drinks, dried and fresh fruits, medicinal supplements, gold and stone carvings, ceramic lacquerware, and famous department stores from all over the country. Of course, there are also many tourist supplies, such as Haitian jade, Haitian silk, Haitian carpets, rose wine, Haitian small flower hats, ethnic medicine, ethnic knives, etc. Cai Hongming and others did not buy anything, because they had to stay here for a few days. They just kept a note of what they wanted to buy, and made a big purchase, when they were about to go back. After a day's rest, they will go up the mountain, to dig for jade tomorrow, so they must have something in their hands. Therefore, Cai Hongming asked Juma to take them to the largest outdoor equipment store in the city. Because many people dream of getting rich overnight, they all go to the mountains to mine jade, which requires some outdoor equipment. So a large number of outdoor equipment stores were born in Hotan. This time when digging for jade, Cai Hongming wanted to play while digging. If he could dig it, it would be considered luck, and if he didn't dig it, it didn't matter. So he bought a lot of equipment like a picnic, such as tents, sleeping bags, folding pots, folding chairs and other things. He also bought a few days of food for people and animals in the market, as if he really planned to stay in the mountains for a few days. After they moved the things back, Akibig was dumbfounded. What was going on? Did they really plan to settle down in the mountains? Chapter 37, Jade Search. Cai Hongming saw Akibig's worry and explained it to him. When he came, he had already learned that the places where Haitian jade was produced were mainly concentrated in the Ulan-Kashi River and the Karakashi River and their nearby areas. Among the two rivers, the Ulan-Kashi River produces the most jade, and the jade produced is mostly the best and top-grade Haitian jade. The jade produced by the Karakashi River is mostly green jade, blue-white jade, blue and white jade and black jade. It also produces a small amount of jasper, and the white jade produced is very rare. The texture and price of jade are far inferior to the white jade produced by the Ulan-Kashi River. Haitian jade has a long history. As early as the Shang dynasty, it had entered the Central Plains. The biography of Emperor Mu records that King Mu of Zhou visited Kunlun and attacked its jade, took 3 jade plates, and carried 10,000 pieces of jade and returned. Dong Fangshuo of the Western Han dynasty called Haitian mutton fat jade the essence of white jade in his records of the 10 continents and the sea. However, after thousands of years of mining and the use of modern machinery, the banks of the Ulan-Kashi River and the Karakashi River have long been riddled with holes by jade miners. Cai Hongming used a satellite map to look at the place and found that there were holes on the left and right, and it didn't look like a river at all. Imagine how it would be easy to find jade in a place that was so heavily mined, so he wanted to go upstream and follow the source to find jade. There is a provincial highway in western Xinjiang built on the side of the Ulan-Kashi River. It starts to separate from the Ulan-Kashi River about 60 kilometers away from Hotan City, turning into the mountains, and no longer following the river. Cai Hongming wanted someone to take them and the yaks to the fork, and then ride the yaks along the riverbank to search. If they find it, it's luck, and if they don't, it doesn't matter, just treat it as fun. After hearing his plan, Akibig was slightly relieved, but later, he still secretly stuffed a gun for him to defend himself to avoid accidents. This place is not like the inland areas. Everyone is a good citizen, so it's better to be careful. Get things ready. The next day, Cai Hongming and others got up early and went to the jade hunting location in Akibig's car and a truck carrying yaks. The snow on the Kunlun mountains melted and merged into rivers, which gave rise to the Ulan-Kashi River, Teram River, Ili River and other rivers. Every summer, the snow and rain from the melted snow washed down from the mountains, almost always forming mountain torrents. The original jade mines on the Kunlun mountains were weathered and peeled off. The jade fragments were then carried by the flood and rushed down into the river. When they reached the flat area, the flow rate suddenly decreased. The jade was deposited in the river beach and riverbed. Year after year, it was like this. It is said that in history, due to factors such as crustal movement or natural disasters, the Ulan-Kashi River, one of the two major rivers originating from the Kunlun mountains, had formed a barrier lake and changed its course many times. Therefore, it can be said that the underground of Hotan is almost entirely buried with precious jade. Every year, when the temperature drops in autumn, the snow in the Kunlun mountains no longer melts, the rainfall also decreases greatly, and the river becomes shallower in the dry season. The jade in the riverbed is relatively easy to find. Therefore, at this time of year, many locals and outsiders go to the riverbed, where the river surface is exposed to look for jade. However, they only dare to go to the middle and lower reaches, because the upper reaches are dangerous and difficult to reach. But this phenomenon ended after white jade was discovered in the Black Mountain area, one of the birthplaces of seed jade. Many jade miners began to venture forward to find it. Black Mountain. It was called Kalangatak in ancient times. It is one of the main peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. The peak is 7,562 meters high. The mountains are towering and covered with ice and snow all year round. The jade production site is in the Agujage Valley, which is one of the tributaries of the Ulan-Kashi River. Some sections of the river are covered with glacial deposits and landslides. There are boulders everywhere, and it can only be reached on foot. There are glaciers above the snow line here. The altitude is more than 5,000 meters. When mining jade here, you not only need to face the oxygen deficient environment, but also be careful of the changeable climate in the mountains. You must pay attention at all times and be careful, otherwise you may be in danger of death at any time. But compared with the danger, the harvest will be doubly rich. There are mainly several types of Hessian jade. One is white jade, the second is green jade and blue-white jade, the third is jasper, the fifth is black jade, the sixth is topaz. The so-called sea jade is actually the commonly said mutton fat jade. Mutton fat jade is a gem-grade material in Hessian jade. It is the best pure white jade with the best luster and texture. People call it mutton fat jade because of its warmth, firmness, translucency, purity, whiteness, and flawlessness, like condensed fat. The ancients believed that it had the 5 virtues of a gentleman: benevolence, righteousness, wisdom, courage, and cleanliness. So mutton fat jade was very popular among the upper class in ancient times. Sometimes, the rulers even stipulated that only the emperor could not wear mutton fat jade, and among the people, mutton fat jade was regarded as a symbol of beauty, nobility, auspiciousness, gentleness, and tranquility, and was widely popular. Because of this, the price of mutton fat jade is so high. According to the official jade price trading table for 2012, the price of top-grade mutton fat jade seed material is between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan per gram. The price of special grade mutton fat jade seed material is between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan, and the price of superior grade mutton fat jade seed material is between 8,000 and 10,000 yuan. Although the market has fluctuated a bit in recent years, it has been hovering around this price. It can be said that, as long as you can find a larger piece of seed jade, you can become rich overnight. Such a high price has made countless people who are blinded by greed take risks. Therefore, in the Hotten area, you can hear about people dying for jade mining almost every month. However, compared with the players of Hotten jade in the circulation and collection fields, the income of jade diggers is somewhat insignificant. Jade merchants and collectors can be said to benefit the most from the profit chain of Hotten jade, and good jade carving masters make amazing profits. Because of the lucrative profits, it has led to the prosperity of the Hotten jade market. In the Hotten area, almost everyone is related to Hotten jade. When you go to buy jade, sometimes you will see a 10-year-old child running out of the crowd, taking out a few jades, and bargaining with people. According to local estimates, in the Hotten area, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people who use Hotten jade as an important source of income. In addition to jade diggers, there are also jade merchants, jade carvers, and so on. However, the prosperity of the market has also attracted the phenomenon of cunning people passing inferior goods as good ones and fake goods as real ones. If the jade buyer is not careful, he will be deceived. Therefore, when buying jade, you must not be greedy for small profits, and you must not believe their fabricated lies, oaths, and stories. Some people say, when people in the Central Plains swear, God laughs. In fact, here, when Uayas swear, people in the Central Plains laugh. The car was speeding on the provincial road. Cai Hongming looked out casually and found that there were many people looking for jade on the river beach. It is now October, the river is almost dry, and the river beach is exposed to the water. It is a good time to pick jade. After a closer look, he found that there were not only people, but also countless excavators and bulldozers digging on the river beach in the distance. Are they doing water conservancy construction? No. These are the people who contracted the river beach and used large machinery to dig jade. It is said that at the peak of jade digging on both sides of the Ulan-Kashi River, at least 3,000 to 6,000 excavators were working every day. Nowadays, the Ulan-Kashi River has been almost dug upside down, but there are still people digging there without giving up. When you see pebbles, you know it is the riverbed, and when you see the artificially piled mountains, you know how many meters deep this place has been dug. These are all masterpieces of excavators and bulldozers. Although the Hotten municipal government has long rectified the abuse of mining, and even mobilized troops to clean up the hundreds of kilometers long Ulan-Kashi River, it is strictly forbidden for anyone to dig jade in the river channel, and on the riverbed, and send helicopters for patrols. But after the troops withdrew, the jade diggers flocked in again, and it was impossible to ban them, and finally nothing was done. The reason why the jade diggers on both sides of the Ulan-Kashi River can't leave is undoubtedly the biggest driving force. Therefore, in the dry season in October every year, the hundreds of meters of beaches on both sides of the river become quarries. Here, it is a bit inappropriate to describe the depth of digging jade as digging 3 feet into the ground, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is digging 30 feet into the ground. At this time, Cai Hongming saw one of the forklifts shoveled up a bucket of pebbles, and there was a person standing on each side of the bucket. They each held a hoe and searched for jade in the pile of pebbles. This is a hard job. However, there is hope and there is power. Each of them has a salary of about 50 yuan a day, and there is a commission for finding jade. If they can find jade, the harvest is still good. If not, 50 is not bad. In the profit chain of Haitian jade, jade diggers are undoubtedly the most difficult. Here, tens of thousands of jade diggers every day. They often have to invest a long time and cost to get a good piece of jade. It is easy to get a lot of money, but it is hard to find good jade. It is no wonder that jade merchants ask for such high prices. Perhaps only they know that good seed materials are becoming less and less, so the price is so expensive. Some people say, people who play with stones are crazy. Crazy people sell, crazy people buy, and there are crazy people waiting. The current price of Haitian jade is getting more and more outrageous. In just a dozen years, the price has soared thousands of times. It is really a crazy stone. P.S. I have basically finished the New Year's goods these days. I don't plan to go out during the Spring Festival. I will type at home and try to type more. Chapter 38, Jade Search, Part 2. Speaking of which, Western Xinjiang is a good place, and almost every city here has its own characteristics. For example, the provincial capital Urumqi has rich mineral resources underground, such as oil and coal. Hami area has Hami melons, Turpan has grapes, Hotan has jade, Shash has almonds, Kala has fragrant pears, Karamay has gobi jade, etc. As long as these things are well operated, they are enough to make a city soar to the sky. Needless to say, Urumqi's oil and coal mines are like a rich kid who can get money just by sitting at home. However, places like Hami or Turpan require the rulers to work hard and make efforts. Although the things in these places had long been famous all over the world, the supporting facilities are far from keeping up. For example, Hami melons. Now more and more people are growing Hami melons, causing the price of Hami melons to become lower, and sometimes even causing unsellable situations. Although the local government has already found a way to join hands with other cities to sell Hami melons, it is far from enough. Can Hami melons only be eaten as fresh fruits? Impossible. Pomelo peel, wax gourd, and sour jujube can all be made into candied fruit, so why can't Hami melon be made into candied fruit? Not only can it be made into candied fruit, but it can also be made into stuffing. Hami melon has a natural sweetness, so it should be good as a stuffing. With Hami melon stuffing, you can use it as a heart, make things like pies with the unique flavor of the Hami region and sell them all over the country. This alone is enough for Hami to develop an industrial chain. Moreover, Hami is not only about Hami melon. By analogy, other cities can also rely on local resources to develop things with local characteristics. However, most of the officials in the government are those who are eager for quick success and instant benefits. It seems that developing these things is not enough to show their means, and they cannot accumulate achievements for promotion and wealth. They can only demolish houses, fill land and build houses. This makes people angry. When people are persecuted by local governments, they will not only blame the local government, but also the country. The central government's policies are good, but when they reach the local level, they are often messed up by local governments. For example, the shanty town renovation introduced by the central government. The original intention was good, to pity those people who could not afford to build houses, and lived in tile houses, and let them live in high-rise buildings. But it was different in the local areas. After they got the policy of slum reconstruction, they began to prohibit people from building houses, and then demolished their houses. Forced them to move into high-rise buildings. Why can't a piece of land be planned for the people to build their own houses? Why do they have to live in low-rise buildings? Now everyone has a little money. If you build it yourself, it is no problem to build 2 or 3 floors, and it is a high ceiling room, instead of squeezing in dozens of floors of low meat pie houses of more than 2 meters. But the local government just won't let you build. Once you build it, it will be demolished, and at the end it will be said that you have built illegally, which makes you angry to vomit blood. This is where the people's resentment arises. Yes, he can't let you build a house, otherwise who will buy the house built by the real estate company? He can't plan land for you, because he still has to sell the land for money. This phenomenon can be said to be a collusion between officials and real estate companies to plunder the people's fat. In the old days, this would be a beheading, confiscating the family, and exterminating the clan. Only now, even if it is too much, I have never heard of any official being shot for this or that problem. Why are there so many contradictions in the current society? In fact, it is all the inaction of the rulers, not the treachery of the people. So, there is no bad place in this country, only the rulers who do not act. If a place is poor for a while, it can be said that it is the problem of this place. If it is poor for a lifetime, it is the problem of the rulers. Western Xinjiang is indeed a good place. Not only are there world famous fruits and vegetables, but also world famous jade. The jade in Western Xinjiang is not only Hessian jade. There is also a very special jade called Gobi jade. There is a city about 280 kilometers away from the capital of Western Xinjiang. It is called Karamay. About 100 kilometers northwest of Karamay, there is a very strange place. There are strong winds all year round, and the strongest winds are above level 10 to 12. The strong wind blows the stones here into all kinds of strange things, so everyone calls this place the Devil City, also known as the Wind City of Aho. The local Mongolians call this city Sulam Yuhak, and the Uyghurs call it Shaytan Kixi. The length and width of the Devil City is more than 5 kilometers, and the area is about 10 square kilometers. According to research, in the Cretaceous period about 100 million years ago, this was a huge freshwater lake, with lush plants growing on the lake shore, and the waters were inhabited by the Woo Stegosaurus, plesiosaurs, dinosaurs, jungopterosaurs and other ancient animals, which was like a paradise for aquatic creatures to gather. Later, after 2 major crustal movements, the lake became a vast land sea with sandstone and mudstone in between, which is called Gobi Terrace in geology. The undulating Gobi Desert of the Devil City is covered with blood red, azure, white, orange and other colored stones left by the raging wind. They are like the pearls left by the witch, adding a bit of mystery to the Gobi Desert. Some people call this stone wood-colored stone, and some people call it Gobi jade. This thing is not worth money. In the past local people used it to repair roads, and a shovel cost dozens of yuan per cubic meter. However, if you want to buy a good looking 300-500 gram jade for specimen, or play in the jade market in second and third tier cities, you have to spend 50 to 100 yuan. This situation continued until 2003, when it changed. It seemed that overnight, its price soared several times. Driven by profit, people from all over the country came here to pick jade. It is said that at the peak, there was a spectacular scene of 100,000 people picking jade in the Gobi Desert. With more people picking jade, the Gobi jade in the Gobi Desert naturally decreased. Scarcity makes things valuable, and the price of Gobi jade naturally rose slowly. There are several types of Gobi jade, and the highest grade is the golden silk jade with gemstone light. Before 2003, the price of this jade was only about 10 yuan, but now, 1 gram can be sold for 10,000 yuan. Even the most common golden silk jade used to cost 500 yuan per gram, but in 2003, the price of 1 gram was only 1 yuan. Because the price of Gobi jade has risen, herders near the Devil City in Karamay have also started to pick up stones to make a fortune, just like the people in Hotan. Now, picking up stones has become a very important industry in the local area. The local government is also very smart. Seeing this situation, it has set aside a large area on the Gobi Desert to build a park and sell tickets for tourists to go in and pick up stones. Things like this, that can both allow people to play and increase tax revenue for themselves, have to be said to be a good decision. Not only that, the local government has named Karamay China's Golden Silk Jade City and even contacted jade carving masters and jade carving factories in Guangzhou, Shanghai, Yangzhou, Fujian province and other places to create art for golden silk jade, so that golden silk jade, a high-end variety that emits gemstone light, can become a luxury item in international jewelry. It has to be said that the local government officials are all sharp-minded. It is amazing that they can operate the originally useless stones in the Gobi Desert to this extent. Only rulers like this can be called people with achievements. In fact, these jades called gemstones by the people of Zhejiang are not jade, but pebbles of quartzite or crystal rock, which are unique products of Gobi wind erosion. This kind of Gobi pebble is round in shape, large in size, smooth in stone skin, has a jade texture, and is more ornamental, but it is not real jade. Although it is also a good material for handicraft processing, there are also many fine products. But quartzite is brittle, hard, and has strong light transmittance, lacking the solemnity, mellowness, and warmth of jade. It can be said that Gobi pebbles and other rock crystals are composed of quartz silicon dioxide. It is less transparent and pure than crystal, and it is less than agate in a variety of unpredictable ribbons, and it is also less dazzling when cut and polished. People who have played with jade know that jade becomes more beautiful as it is played. If you play it for a lifetime, jade will accompany you for a lifetime. This is also commonly known as people raise jade, and jade raises people. But you know what Gobi pebbles look like when they are old, as soon as they are born. This is the difference between the two. Akibaicha also contracted a river beach near the Ulan-Kashi River to look for jade, and he took a look when he drove by. The jade workers showed him some of the jade they found, which were scattered in small pieces, but it was rare to find 2 pieces of seed material, weighing almost 20 grams. The commission from these 2 pieces of seed material alone was almost the sum of several months' salary for white-collar workers in the bustling city. No wonder so many people are crazy about finding jade. Akibaicha took a look, took a few good pieces, and continued on his way. Chapter 39, Searching for Jade, Part 3. The car kept driving forward. There were machines and people digging for jade everywhere in the Ulan-Kashi River section. As more people dug for jade, a market was naturally formed. Some smart small traders did business here. The dry riverbed was like a small market, selling drinking water, naan, mutton, fruits, and jade buyers waiting here. Not only that, there were many buses parked on the side, waiting to pick up the jade diggers. On the riverbed, there were countless Uai men, old men, women, and even children, all carrying pickaxes and shovels to dig jade. Due to years of mining and picking, the jade on the Hotan River beach is becoming increasingly scarce. It is no longer possible to have the grand occasion of taking 3 jades and carrying 10,000 jades like King Mu of Zhao's western tour to Kunlun. Several strong Uai men worked for several days to dig a pit as big as a room on the old riverbed. After combing through each stone in the pit with their fingers, sometimes they may not get a good piece of jade. But even so, they still work hard every day, hoping to find what they want from these piles of stones. In the market, a half-foot square mutton fat jade pot is worth 2.8 million yuan, and it is still appreciating. Driven by profit, they ignore the scorching sun above their heads and the dust in the sky, just distinguishing and looking for precious jade in the endless stage of Wu. It can be said that these stones carry their dreams and hopes. All miracles are waiting in the unknown. This is a kind of labor with a deep fate. Anyone may get nothing, and anyone may get rewards in an instant. Therefore, no one dares to neglect. On the way to drive, Akibig told Cai Hongming that one of his friends invested tens of thousands of yuan to find jade in the Ulan-Kashi River, but after 40 days, he still got nothing, and such excavation requires a capital of 1,000 yuan per day. But when his friend did not hesitate to devote himself to the 41st day, a 16-kilogram mutton fat jade appeared in front of him. Looking for jade in Hotan is not just dealing with stones, but also fighting with one's own endurance and confidence. The car drove on the provincial road for an hour and a half and finally arrived at the place where Cai Hongming was looking for jade. They got off the car, drive the yak off, tie the things they brought tightly to the yak, say goodbye to Akibig, and embark on the journey to find jade. Although this place is dozens of kilometers away from Hotan, there are still people who come here to find jade. Cai Hongming and others rode the yaks forward for a while. I saw an old man holding a piece of jade material he had just found and smiling happily at the sun. The wrinkles on his face were enough to kill mosquitoes. It was a piece of blue and white jade seed material. The texture is delicate, the black and white are clear, and the block is large. It is worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. No wonder he is so happy. This also strengthened Cai Hongming and others' confidence in finding jade. After walking a little further, Cai Hongming and others jumped off the yaks and began to search along the riverbank. After searching for a while, Cai Hongming suddenly remembered something and said quickly, "Let's make a deal. Whoever finds the jade will own it, so as to avoid fighting over uneven distribution of the spoils." After hearing his words, everyone looked at him with contempt. It was estimated that only he could do such a thing. How could people with their character do such a thing? Seeing that they didn't care about his words, Cai Hongming was too lazy to say anything, and he and Shiwana buried their heads in looking for jade. In a villa in the city of Hotan, a man in a black robe stood respectfully beside Hassa to report. After the report, Hassa sat on a luxurious retro recliner and said to him, "Tell them that I only want a gilly, and I can deal with the others as I like." "Yes," the man in black robe said and retreated. Hassa squinted his eyes and looked at the fireplace opposite, not knowing what he was thinking. Cai Hongming and his companions walked forward while searching for jade. Perhaps because people often came to this section of the riverbank to look for jade, they did not find a single piece of jade after searching for a long time. Shiwana did find a few pebbles of good quality, so she collected them as treasures, intending to take them back for Yair and the other little brats to play with. Cai Hongming did not know what to say after seeing them. Didn't they find it a burden to carry? The section of the Ulan-Kashi River where they were was sandwiched between two mountains. After noon, the sunlight would be blocked by the high mountains next to it, and it would become dark. In order to get out of this section of the river valley, where the sunlight was blocked by the mountains, as soon as possible, they hurried on their way after lunch at noon. It was already the end of October, and sometimes snowflakes floated in the sky, but fortunately they were not very big and stopped in a moment. However, the weather was gradually getting colder, with the temperature being around 8 or 9 degrees. In addition, this side was blocked by the mountains and there was no sunlight, which made it even colder. Going forward, it was a darker road than the previous one. After this section, the mountains gradually could not block the sunlight in the sky, and it became brighter. Yaks are very cold resistant and load-bearing livestock. Although they carried a lot of things and Cai Hongming and others rode on them, they still strolled leisurely on the dry river bank. Especially the golden yak. Although it bore the weight of Cai Hongming and Shiwana, it seemed that it didn't feel anything, and its steps were still so calm. Several people were riding yaks forward, and suddenly, a slight sound came from the front. In this place as quiet as death, even the sound of a mosquito can be clearly perceived, so this slight sound was easily heard by Cai Hongming and others. Jidong and others are experienced special forces who have received various trainings. Although they have retired, their vigilance is still there. As soon as they heard the sound, they felt something was wrong. It was not any natural sound, not the sound of wind, not the sound of falling rocks, nor the sound of flowing water. It seemed like the sound of people stepping on stones. Jidong frowned, raised his hand, signaled everyone to stop, and then asked Pan Heyman, who was walking in front, to go over and check. In this uninhabited place, any movement must be treated with caution. Because no one is in charge here, the beast in people's hearts will burst out infinitely, and murder and robbery are also common, so it is better to be careful in everything. Pan Heyman got off the yak and looked forward. Who knew that, after walking a few steps, he saw several people suddenly jumped out from a stone in front of him, and chopped him with knives. He quickly stepped back. Jidong and others behind him saw it, and rushed forward with their weapons. Cai Hongming, who was sitting on the back of the yak, saw a flying crane spread its wings, and jumped directly from the yak, rushing towards the group of thugs with long knives. Shiwana, who was sitting in front of him, was frightened by his sudden action and almost screamed, but after realizing that she shouldn't make a sound at this time to distract everyone, she quickly covered her mouth. The 6 thugs with long knives were obviously trained, their actions were cruel, and they were determined to kill people. Unfortunately, in front of Jidong and other veterans who retired from the special forces and Cai Hongming, they were like scum, and were easily dealt with. After knocking them down, Jidong and others took them to the back of the stone, to ask who dared to kill in broad daylight. Unfortunately, these people were very stubborn. No matter what Jidong and others did, or Cai Hongming's broken bones, they just kept silent, and injured it very terribly. It seems that these are not ordinary people. Ordinary people would never be so stubborn. Although these people did not say a word, they searched a satellite phone from them. With this phone, people can find the source of the signal. If they are lucky, they can even locate the other party through the signal. Seeing that these people can't talk, it's useless. Cai Hongming found an excuse to take these criminals away from where they are, and then put these criminals into the cave paradise in the jade tripod, and buried them under the tea tree as fertilizer. These people are so stubborn. In ancient times, they would be dead soldiers. There is absolutely no reason to let them go. And Cai Hongming is not the kind of person who smiles at others when he is killed. Since you are here, don't think about going back. All the things on these people were left behind, except for a few long knives and a few small knives. The long knives were in the style of Arabic scimitars, and looked very sharp. Chen Dashan, who was standing nearby, picked up a knife, and waved it a few times. He felt good, so he tried to chop a large rock by the river, and chopped off a corner of the rock. Cai Hongming looked at it, and felt that the knife was still quite sharp, but suddenly he felt something was wrong, and hurriedly looked at the rock that had been chopped off by the knife. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. P.S. The internet speed was very slow during the Chinese New Year. I will upload the pictures related to these chapters when it is not stuck. Happy New Year. The new year is here. I wish you all the best in the new year. I wish you all good fortune, prosperity and luck. May the sheep gallop to welcome the prosperous new year. To be continued. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.